request for mic. You can request now because Obologana, when people join now to get to the mic will be a problem. This is a recorded space, so if you want to contribute, now that the space is still kicking, a request here, Bagote, so that you can contribute to that. Then when people are coming in, the mic will become busier. So most mute to go to most fabulous. So if you want to contribute to this, a request for mic come up, so that we can talk about distance. Some people have argued, why are we just talking? Why are we talking? The issue is this, yeah. If you don't know what happens on social media or what media does, then you will not understand what we are doing. Because you will think, oh, you people will just come and sit down here and be talking. Exactly the point. Because there is no other way to bring light, awareness, and also change narrative of anything. Nabro media. In fact, I know na Zoya Patabe na Nigeria, they are not behind na media because Nandia na fad in Nigeria, water, importance of media, importance of communicating something, importance of changing narrative, importance of pushing narrative, not just changing, but pushing a narrative. But for us, that is actually the essence of it. The more we talk about it, they are now indoctrinated, now they radicalized. How did you think they became radicalized? It's because we weren't paying attention to distance. And on our radio stations, the TV, Facebook, talking the same thing. It's just like music, right? Open a mother drop by music. At first, you might not like it. But the moment you continue listening to that same record, continue listening, over time, you will hear yourself singing that song, right? The same thing with information, the same thing with media. If you relent, the negative will take, will take the center stage, and they will radicalize people. The same thing with religion. Just think about anything in the world that have, people. The same thing with cult. The same thing with criminals. They will have to keep on pushing their message. They will have to keep on pushing their message because that's the only way you can convince people to be on the side. And on for our own, what we are doing is for people to be on the side of positivity, for the side of protecting an Igbo, for the side of speaking up against evil going on in an Igbo, not to cover it up, not to tell us that we are exaggerating it, not to tell us that the crime going on in Anambra State is highly exaggerated. No, it's not exaggerated. It's actually underreported. That is the truth. It's highly underreported. And I'm someone like me, I'm tired of actually hiding, hiding more information. I will hide it. I might not post pictures, but I will just talk about it. I will not be posting all those kind of pictures in them within a DM or videos and into pieces. I won't post it on my page because it's really, it will look really bad. But then it's happening. I will talk about it instead of instead of open a space. We talk about this things. We discuss it more. So that's what we're going to discuss today. Why are we not reporting distance so that people will know what it tastes like? Somebody and where family in that same Ihiala, the information I got, they came back to bury. This is happening 3 days ago. And maybe I will ask, no, I won't ask for videos. They came back to bury their mom, and 3 persons were killed in that family. 3 people that came back to bury their mom this January. It's not anywhere. So until a four, their cousins, friends, brothers will tell you, Nana, Ojona, how can you come back to bury your parents and then you die? Because you don't want to sort out some people. When we talk about it here, it's here and exaggerate here. Onye ọbụla sikwa ma ọ bụla ya ịma ebulu ozu onye ọzọ n'isi ọ dịka okwu nkụ ka ebu ebulu ozu onye ọzọ. Until it happens to you, you will come out and say Nigeria happened to you. You will come out and say Nigeria happened to you. Now you are telling us that we are exaggerating the whole thing. So I think I've had enough introduction to what we're going to discuss today. So if you are going to contribute to this conversation, you can leave in a comment section, open a mic, and or you can just come up to the mic so that we can have conversations. Anambra State, get him. Uche.
Mandem Dalurin Biko. Ana make no nyop na neba. Obulu ni na space. Kindly share the space so that more people can join. Watching Melu. Nyabu ife. Erugo kwa monu. Nigeria almost happened to me yesterday evening. My blood was, in fact, he narrowly escaped these people. He was just narrating us the story this morning. Because I ain't been on the phone since on the phone is street stuff. That young man, he has been complaining to me because we're beside the Ifite. So he has been complaining to me every time on now. The government in them, and this insecurity is too much. A lot of his friends can't able. In fact, many of them have left the states. Every single time up on the phone, he has gonna complain. He's always talking about it. He's always very vigilant. This is someone that doesn't really care about politics. My have no support to this political party or other support. He has no interest in politics. Man, because nothing I'm more interested in politics, on our reports, if I no insecurity at all. So yesterday they because all they pay attention, that's how he narrowly escaped. Oje ligo tife na abani. Ono na motia. One etinye kewe motor na nutrient. In fact, they etinye na park because of this whole thing. So one are very vigilant. Ndị nwa wee bulu their Corolla wee park ya n'iru motie kiss ya as in kissing in front of his car. So the next thing off, the first person put out with glove. Immediately off, we have on a glove with you in a reverse. Then the next thing off, for mepe moto fa bruegwe. Na reverse coach we na also. Fa na tria. Being that na nke moto fa bu adro powerful enough. So on any fa gap. Reverse ahụ ka ọ gbagidelu wee rute ebe a na-akpụ ukwu akị. Ọ bụrụ na ịma Ifite road ị ga-ama ebe a na-akpụ ukwu akị. Ebe a ka o rutezi wee chọọ ka ọ banye na that road dị n'ukwu akị. Ọ dị ya ka moto ya na-enye problem ọ manya aka ozugbo were fon ya were chaji power bank wee mapụta na the moto wee gbapụ ọsọ. So fama pụtawazie gbawazie egbe na-agbakasịzi egbe. By the time nyanwa gbawaziri ọsọ nyanwa agbatega because onye na-fa gap mgbe o ji azụ wee na reverse according to his story. So wee gbawazie egbe ịmago nyanwa wee gbabazie ọfịa wee wele phone ya gbanyụọ the car because nyanwa program the car in such a way that he can use his phone to control it. N'ọkwa nyanwa mgbe ọ na-agba egbe nyanwa na-eche na maybe ha na-agba because glasses ya ma ọ na-emebi shiri ya moto. Luckily for him, after everything ha gbachara egbe gawa Roma, ọ pụta ọ bụrụ na moto ya dị intact. The only thing bụ na power bank ya furu along the road oge ọ na-agbado ọsọ. Palm ya oyi bụrụ ihe bụ mebie because ọ dịze isi ya bido ọ na-adị according to him ọ na-adị prepared anytime ọ na-achepụ o make sure na oyi ihe ga-ekwe ya ka ọ gbaa ọsọ. You always have it at the back of your mind that he will run. That has been the plan. So onye ọbụla n'ebe a kwadogo ọfụma. So he was quite lucky. You got to go because one of the things in Melbourne, oge ha ritu, oge ndị a ritu, fa ncha ritu, fa mepere moto onye ọbụla ritu sie. So oge nyanwa mezi zoom zie out, immediately off of fa wee zoom out. They couldn't go into the car. So mgbe ha na-agbazi ọsọ, the motor na-achụzi nyanwa bụ my cousin alone. Efugia na-achụzi nyanwa bụ my cousin alone. So enwere onye ji egbe ga-anọzi gbaziri the motor or something like that. That is what saved him. That is what saved him. Ọ bụ na aka nọ n'ime moto anwa ọ ha wee ke mọpụta na window wee gbarie moto ihe ya kerefa na kpeta ya ịghọtago ma gbakanyere ya egbe n'ime moto. So that was how he was able to survive this attack and escaped. I make a family meeting. One of the things I suggest is hancha because they are in their prime and hang with a fancy car. I will go nobody should drive their fancy car again. So onye ọbụla ọ bụrụ na one na-eje Enugu kita, the next person, the other one agago Lagos. So I want all of them to just disappear from this place. More, I have a way of having my way around this place, but how I want them to leave this environment for now. Ka ebe anyị nọ kita ya agwọ nọ n'ezigbo akịrịka nke a bụrụzi na nna m anụ ya anụ nke a emetụtago m na-arụ na ịghọtago. So the truth is, according to what he was saying, from the entire time on Ifite, and we any single soul. At 10 o'clock, we security, and we have security anywhere. And these people, man, they won't have security anywhere. They just operate freely. And we hear nothing. We hear Soludo. No, Soludo is doing absolutely nothing. And we hear Soludo is doing nothing. And it will be very, very shameful if we reward this man with second tenure. This man is doing absolutely nothing in this state. We invited the commissioner for information the other day, whom I have sent information to about what happened to our brother Daiso. I invite Lieba or Biaba Koyoku Mechapo. The next thing may flyer with someone else. Two persons get a host and co-host. Two of them are not from the southeast. Oh yeah, Jen and Kefa post at the group. Two of them are not from the southeast. So how do you want to go
Are
to
you
a
serious? So
space?
when they the other,
Oh, man, flyer.
so
I think I'll share the flyer to the group. I know there. Matching them. Just check the group. Yeah, for the flyer.
okay, okay.
I think it was Jack Bier raised the issue. Oh, share the flyer about if you offer the two persons in the band, they are not from the southeast. I don't have a problem with him hosting space with anybody abroad, wherever. I don't care. But the fact that I may invite Eba or Biaba, may you Bapo, where did you host so elsewhere without getting back to you, shows to you what these people think, how they think. A whole somebody as educated as law before. A lot of people we are happy when he was
Now that one they
appointed.
pay me because I know
Eh?
especially the man who degenerate to this
Long
level. But
before
no
when he was
wahala.
appointed, a lot of people we are okay. Maybe we have had somebody we can actually, hold on to. Just look at. I am not just disappointed. If I just know, I'm tired. I'm tired and sick of the whole thing. The government has nothing is functioning. If you do not have your security intact, you are messing up. You are not doing anything. And right, Moab was somebody I don't like posting gory pictures. No matter how interesting, I don't put anything that has blood. I don't post it. I don't share. I don't comment on it because on how traumatized them, it traumatizes me. I can only talk about where people are sharing testimonies or talking about the insecurity and the experience. I can only share those ones so that people will learn from some of these experiences. Another one, I think I will share it later in the day. For recent, just today, I think either last night or today. So when you're on a second Niger bridge, and second Niger bridge corner, Moti, according to him, Moti fell break on a gas. So we park here, we chota mechanic, you got to fix here the thing. Although that name well in the is road in that road. Yeah, on the block now about how about Hannah Barlin at the road. Nobody is saying anything to them. When I say yeah, police are not anywhere on the road. It's Anambra in a gal in Anambra, very small as Anambra. You can't have any checkpoint, you can't have anything. We used to complain excessive of it, but now draws the cha cha cha. Or draw cha cha cha. No patrol, nothing. No effect. And when you know be away, okay, look at where security posted. Look at where you can these people can be apprehended. And well, nothing is happening. All the police details in Anambra State, all of them, they are either with one rich man or one politician. That is how they have shared the entire police details. So who is disinterested in policing the ordinary people. And Soludo is not interested in fishing these people out. Kedi Kigesi were governor, where there is active criminal activity like kidnapping. You have not recorded a single breakthrough. As you know, a very, very popular, notorious kidnapper. It's there as you know, a notorious kidnapper. You have never done anything like that. It shows you are not just incompetent, you are not interested in anything. Because there is no way information I can flow. There's no way you get now as a governor or not in government, you will not be able to have information anywhere. From Anambra North, from Anambra South, you get with single information. The thing doesn't make sense. And we keep talking about this thing. Only because there are people who are feeling this thing directly. I saw a picture just this morning in our family group. One young lady, face down, Just like that. That's a kidnap. Manana Kwatin Nalo in their family ego. Yet the young lady was killed. For doing for what reason? No begi. You can't even step out. I hardly go outside my unless more that's not very, very important. Other than that, too important in Yegi place here, than that place here is very, very close to me. It would have been nature because of this whole thing. If I want to live here, it's either I leave this state or go elsewhere. That is it's an event more. I'm not going anywhere. Watching we are in a very hot mess. All the bad, or bro, like car brosi, as an ana lose, also more, ages, also that leads to where? Ilolu kidnappers, uzo. So Ludo la lulu kidnappers, uzo. This uzo ana lokita na, especially in rural areas. They are all enablers or brosi for any commercial activities or brosi anything good. Because in about those all the very free. No police, nothing. Everywhere they free. Nobody can track it. And when anybody got put out and intervene, nothing. Some communities in Anambra State, like Lilu, for example, is this. And when stories. If you hear stories from the people from Lilu who have come out, people put a golonu say Soludo. Look at what we are bringing, especially their diaspora. They are contributing money. They want to secure their place. Can you hear game? Soludo has not done any single thing, any tangible thing. He has not recorded anything. And when for me, only way if Soludo me go there, put up your can you capture on if I won't own an bankata? We can't continue like this. No. Watching a minute, let me tell you, we cannot continue like this. I must continue to talk about this thing. And when you're nothing is happening in Anambra State. Soludo is not interested in fighting this insecurity. Let me tell you, for someone like Soludo that I know, some of us know, based on what he has done, I know very well that if Soludo is interested, if this thing is affecting him directly, he would have done something about it. He just don't care. He's not interested in it. It's either it is in his own advantage or something somewhere, fishy is going on. It can't just be ordinary. It cannot be ordinary. That the insecurity there at this magnitude is happening. We are talking about economists, professor of economists that understand what security means in an economy. And you're not doing anything. In Kenya, when nothing is happening, and when you say, Makachini, watching a minute, when I get to Takita Bulebe, when I get Bulebe, Bob and I jealous to your square on a bank, nothing will still happen. Kita now, you can go to anywhere and still in Oka right now. Nothing is going to happen to you. And when no security anywhere.
I'm when I made that tweet I made 2 weeks ago, and with them a lot of backlash. And some people fully, and of course, and them one person on our journey this space, they were, and then on our WhatsApp, they were commenting, why should I be that kind of thing, that the impact, the length it will go. And my position has always been agwa mgagwa is better than akama agwage. Agwa mgagwa is better than amaka agwage. Because it won't be fair, and I won't have rest of mind pushing come and invest in Anambra where there is no security. So just like Anambra person rightly said, Soludo is building roads for criminals, for them to easily hit our towns, our villages. That's what is going on. So imagine Inweki drive from Onyobuna Malo, perhaps from Mpo straight to Nobi, and where any checkpoint in there. So I'm going to Anambra State, Monisi, Ifedeka, Ubunwasike, for instance, all the way to Abatete, busting out to Ifteduno, and where any checkpoint. before me know anything can happen to you. Or nisi a kabatete to Joto, then a maputakwa to Kadafia, by that road straight until the maputalo. Nobody, nothing. What any security now around that access? Nowhere. On a bareback, I'm saying one now, will ego gibatawa. No, I will not encourage you to do that. I will not. Because, it hasn't happened to you. Open in Eba, maybe you're on the opposing side, that we are exaggerating this thing that is happening in the north. Why are you talking about what is going on in the north? Why are you talking about the crime going on in the north? Why are you talking about the crime going on na southwest? Meanwhile, begging our boko, man, because of politics, because no, yeah, also na your local government, or maybe anywhere some appointment and I've been saying that I won't pray for you to experience it because until you meet people, regular experience with all these people, these criminals, you won't even want your enemy to have that experience. Obuna, Anna Uche's friend or a family member that he just narrated the story now. Obuna, the guy, Adiro Atalat, being aware of his environment, by now he will be talking about it. Mbao na say, no, it didn't happen, or he will say, oh, it's one of those things, or he's just exaggerating it. But the guy nearly just narrow escape just because he was aware. So imagine you not being aware. You come back because now we're again at Ajuage say, oh, now there's some people on Twitter, Chief Ngachin Emeluche, and all of them, they were, canvassing for us to come back. Now we came back and we were kidnapped. Is that not what you're going to say? Now we are pointing out the things you need to know so that you can, join us this crusade. Because so I can't wrap my mind around this thing. Imagine Uchena telling his friends to leave Oka, young men doing well. Oka na wage if Oka boko just any village. Malokwa malo. Oka is not any village. Oka is a capital. And by all ramification, if we mean ebe say the safe na the whole of Anambra State or Oka, ebe we seat of power. Abi, but Oka draw safe. Obolo na Oka, ebe governor no, ebe we government house, all the institutions of government, ebe akafano. Adro safe. Keko sidi ko village, ko your local government. Yeah, they safe. Let's move forward. Because there on a mic actually popo. Because my like kuno when you like, I'm gonna people are joining. Please share the space. Can they buy man I batago for today so that we can, tinya. So I'm gonna try popo. Please, here when yaka kaimalo kaisi we and literally tinya and if I need discuss. I think I will have to go to Don of a New Nigeria. Then after that, senior man, I'm gonna try popo because here when you like.
Okay,
So
nna gwa ka mmalụ
yeah.
ka esi ewenye aka ebe a kwa aka ka m
Enwelo icon. Enwe icon deka love.
oke
Ina
nke
na
a
na
dịka
your
lọv apịrị apị nsogbu adịrọ
that love and plus sign. You click here, then you have when you learn, you click
nsogbu
here now.
adịrọ afọ
But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity. Actually, I'm honorable. You know, I've been listening to those that have been speaking. You see, the problem I want na be Igbo that now. We don't want to really tell ourselves, the naked truth. And this is all Dongo. What I've seen, happening is this. You see, all a Nigerian problem. You see, there's something I learned, that ahom to be na sure in institute into Nigeria, you know, to make to make it, so I become the conscious. That is accountability. You see, when you have a people that are not accountable, you see, this is the resultant, this is the result effect that you're going to be seeing. You see, because you see, a situation where you know that okay, I believe that Soludo will be nursing the ambition for What do you think he is basing his return for second term on? Is it going to be based on his scorecard? Look at what I've done, or is it basing it on another thing? Because you see, when you see failure in every ramification, insecurity, health, education, and every indices, I did do that, George, you know, a fail. Question: how do you think you should be able to ask for mandate? You see, now be a second term, and you believe in your mind that the people will vote you. But you see, when I listen to this thing, all I can see is that he doesn't believe that he needs your vote to be able to get a second term bill. That is the reason why when in the midst of all these things, I know you think you see people that is the brazenness of these people now. That is the brazenness, and the reason why it is so is because they know that there is no security. They know that nobody will come to your aid when they strike. So, in all a case of Oyo Hibera begging, you understand? We're saying, what do you have in your deep freezer? You get what without frozen soup. Or say, oh yeah, put them and they let it defrost. It will use 1 hour to defrost. Or say, oh yeah, put it in the microwave. It better gary. Or relax, yeah, really do one before carry out his plan. That is the way the Southeast is. And the irony of the whole thing is, in this same Southeast is where you have almost all the whole checkpoints stationed in major roads. And they want to give the impression that they are trying to want to they want to create security or whatever. But you find out that where you literally have this is just on the road, and I'm not on them. But making sure that there is security within the environment. There was an incident that happened where in my place, ewudere onye ohi, and now upon the police to come and arrest the thief. The police are now saying that now we should hand over the thief to local vigilante and let those vigilante bring the thief to their area office. That is the level of this. Of course, we listened to an audio where somebody was saying it that now asking the police they tracked the location of the kidnappers. The police are saying they cannot go in there. This is the situation we're in. The police are scared for their life. Of course, even in the audio, I see that now they don't even have as little as tracking device or tracking or whatever. You understand? A whole state doesn't even have those kind of amenities to do that now. If a crime is committed, you can track these people. They don't even have it. It goes to show, doesn't it mean that the person that is in helm of affair, it doesn't, he has no business being close to that position on money. And well, to now crown it up, and now your second term on top of the nonsense that you are doing. But you see, I am not from Anambra State. But I would literally say, if the indigenes of Anambra State say that Soludo is doing well and he deserves the second term, then they should let him have it. If not, it's an opportunity because you see, if we keep, if we keep keeping quiet and these people keep perpetrating their evil, at the end of the day, it's going to affect us. These kidnappings, these killings, who are the people that are being killed? These are the people in the government house. They are fortified, they are protected. It is you and I. Maybe one of our brothers said he cannot go out again. Okay, he will have to calculate how many kilometers, how many miles Ogaga. And on that like this, in a state that you say is your own, you are scared for your life. It's really pathetic. Thank you very much. I use my mic.
All right, Don. Talking about I don't know if you were here on a few days ago when the commissioner for information, joined us, Law F4. On that it is going to be confidential to tell us where they are going to put cameras and the surveillance unit. We're going to know anything special about putting cameras and having a surveillance center where you monitor what is going on across the state, just like you have in Enugu State. But it's never, so it's not something that is hidden. Instead of something again with restricted access to. And when he was here, he was trying to paint a picture, Ifaga, Ifaga, and he didn't want to engage us, to have a decent conversation. Instead, he left that his connection was having problem, and from there, he never came back. I didn't even go back to him because I figured that it was intentional. Because Obuna, you're on a space that you are interested. Someone like P2B will come to a space. Only go do glitches na his connection. In fact, MPL another account. Me abuna making sure that he joins the space to engage people. Is that when you are serious, you really want to, engage with people who are concerned about what is going on in their region, in their state, in their place. You engage them. So this show of being so unconcerned about what is going on with the security of Anambra State, I want to believe it's becoming political. That's what I want to believe because now Soludo won election with less than 150,000 votes. Remember, because of insecurity in the first place, right? Of course, was issue of Ndanase, no election in Biafra land. Now even before fully well, that was how people didn't turn out. So now Adekuzi no election, Biafra land. So now there has to be something else that will take the center stage, to chase people away from getting involved in Anambra politics. Because Obuno Ogunwana will interest. That in fact, this is what I'm projecting. This is my hypothesis on this. Imagine if you have interest to become the governor of Anambra State. With this level of insecurity, would you want to actually come out? Would you, would you want to really come out to run and campaign, knowing that the state or to the state, now? I think let's have more conversation around it. Would you want to, join the race for the campaign of the next governor of Anambra State? No, this heightened level of insecurity. That is so for me, that would be my hypothesis now. Only use here for political
Of
gains.
course, it's going to be one of the creating
But,
serious voter party. People will stay in their houses and lock their gates and their this thing. They will never want to come out. This is the way it's going to be. About you are saying 150,000, coach we win. I'm telling you this time, over there 170,000 votes. Except my Agagi their result to Google because that's the only thing that's going to happen. They will just write result and bring. Is that not what we've been seeing? In all cycle elections, is that not what's been happening? They will just write result and give you and tell you go to court. That's the thing.
all right, my brother. Thank you. Can I move where the mic? Senior man, Abone Gasia, then Jack.
Hello, good morning. No, na n'ihe nnekwu.
Ana Nihine
Okay,
Ganyo.
normally adị m ekwukwu okwu na space. Ọ dị ka nke a bụ nke izu m na-ekwu okwu, mana nke a bụ nke metụtara m well. Anambra nago. I say it without any reservation. Anambra ịma anala. Ndị niile ịma nọ n'ụlọ nọ na Anambra, onye ọbụla welite isi dịka onwe ihe ọ na-eme nọ n'ụjọ. Ọ metụtelu n'ime be m, ime my family. My father park go moto niile, ihe ọ na-anya bụzi sie na Kalunka ma ọ nwee ebe ọ chọrọ ije. These boys are moving on the road. Ọ bụzi nke a na-enye information wee mee kidnap. Ha na-akpagharị n'ụzọ ogidibe anyị. Ha na-akpagharị from Ugwuasi Ike to Abatete, ụzọ a niile. They just keep patrolling. Last year abata m Nigeria bịa mee wedding. Ama m ego na spend on security just to be safe. Is that how we're going to continue? Say bataba. There is nothing to come back to. Okay, see bata ofu onye ala gbagbuo gị obulu gị ndị anọ na Twitter na-eti Anambra is safe mgbe egbere everybody ha wee ma na Anambra dịrọ safe. Amakwa m ihe a ga-eme o, ọ dị nke governance. In fact, Soludo enwere opposition na Anambra. That is the truth. As it stands now, nwere opposition. So Soludo is going to win. Whether we are attributing it to insecurity or whatever, there is nobody that is seriously challenging Soludo. APC enwe onye ha ga-ewepụta, Labour enwe onye ha ga-ewepụta. So APGA is going to win. Ama m ihe anyị ga-eme. Ihe m na-akwu bụ onwe option anyị mado I ga suggest to help since Soludo is not interested. And onye na-eche na Soludo ga-lose the election now, all the very difficult because there is nobody to challenge him. This is serving as a note of warning to anybody now outside. Happy ihe a na-agwa gị na Twitter batawa. If you're going to come back, mark isi abata. The biggest security. Yeah, the better 5 million ego security, depending on how long you're going to stay. So ọ na-abụ nne anya na Twitter n'afọ ka ndị mmadụ na-eti mkpu na tawa a na-eme insecurity exaggerate na Anambra. Na-ajụ ọ maka na ibere Anambra 1 week. Our parents na Anambra ụjọ ji onye ọbụla. Our siblings na Anambra ụjọ ji onye ọbụla. Mụ ịbata na na-eche ya eche. Ọkwa. So my own contribution to this is to just raise more awareness on the level of insecurity. In fact, even Neku is not even enough. We need to start blaring it. Onye si na ọ na-paint South is bad. Ya paint ba South is bad. Ade ekpuchi afọ ime aka. Ọ dịzị ka many people na-ekpuchi afọ ime aka at this point in time. Ndị be ya na-anwụ n'efu. Ego na-eme disappear from Anambra. People are the Soludo na-akọ anụ ọkwa oje Abuja jeme wedding nwa ya. A whole governor could not host the wedding of the child na state ya. Obuje ya Abuja because dignitaries are kwebe Anambra. Why is that? If Soludo demarketed Anambra in that form, mkpu anyị nwa na-etizi bụ nke demarket ya no. So let nobody convince me or try to tell me Anambra the same. That is a lie. My own concern is that I don't even see a way out of this situation because there is no political willpower. Maybe mgbe o win a second tenure, feel no nweze head ya n'iru. Maybe he will fight. But for now, we are just at our own mercy. And onye ọbụla just na-azụ onwe ya na-echedo onwe ya. So si ya bụ ihe nchọ ekwu. Daalụ.
My brother, let me ask you because the conversation well two facets of the point I need to discuss. So do you think, because he mentioned there were any opposition, what would have been something that would motivate an opposition to come in, or somebody actually contest, or say I'm at the same APGA, knowing them were this level of insecurity and the person's life could actually be terminated? Do you think the person will be motivated to join
The
the race?
person will not be motivated to join the race. That is one. But if you look at it from the other side, if the people are angry enough, this is another reason that the person can even feast on. Even a strong opposition, somebody in the mode of Ngige or Peter Obi, where that kind of clout, not in a major political party. Even na Soludo man or the onye na-apụta, the person ga na every day on social media, no every day na news, bido campaign since. Then then maybe Soludo will sit up. It's not campaign now. It's not just by going round. You know, anywhere with your own private security. No, let's spread this thing so that everybody will see it. And why he game? Maybe that will spur Soludo to work. But there is apathy because Soludo just man a second term is just a done deal. So when did he need think? Na touch here, and him and Soludo nwere inferiority complex. No agogo ya as a child be may affect n'isi, but o nwere inferiority complex. So ị na-agwa ya something dị normal, ọ na-efeel na ị na-ama aka. Anambra nala ana, Anambra is gone. The Anambra you know is gone. 6 o'clock onye ọbụla abago n'ime. Inwe ezigbo moto na, ezigbo moto. In fact, ezigbo moto abụọkwa Benz 2025. Nkwa ike Corolla 2012. Ha ga-ebu gị So that is the problem. So there are two ways. The lack of opposition in Anambra is also contributing to the apathy. Ijuana Njogina party or the challenge this election now. You cannot tell me one person. I was really hoping that Ozigbo would have picked up Imago or that somebody else would have. But right now I'm looking. On what one there's no recognized name. So Soludo get win all the local government. Unless something drastic happens, which I don't see happening. Belembu who win is a second ten. Maybe not achieve insecurity win. Who win a second ten biko ya nyela ya aka so that I have a Christmas. That is my own perspective. So I from
All right. Yeah, all right. Thank you, my brother. Because the reason you were dragging that question, Bunam, like I said, I have my own hypothesis for this space. I know there. Uh, or a political machine using crime as a political machine to push, his second term bid. Because I'm an urban state they calm again. Women Anambra state stated hot politically. People want to contest. Usually, Anambra State election, in fact, we pride ourselves in Anambra State election. Now, they're about too hot. And then with the big wigs, a lot of, DJ going to interest. A lot of people now. Unfortunately, someone I believe that would have been a very good opposition, but our later Ifeanyi Uba, he passed away. So, when any other person even if I had the master and I'm disappointed because I don't really know what's going on with Val Ozibo. I don't really know what's going on with him. Whether he's still really interested, in it, or maybe he's just one of Anambra that just want to complain about insecurity. I'm not really sure that he really wants to be in the race again. And no, the race, then we are stuck. We are stuck because on where any other person on phone now talking anything. I was thinking though, Baze would actually be talking about it, really pushing strongly, but I'm not seeing any sign. So I'm believing that maybe Soludo is so unconcerned, and political with this thing, so that can we catch us on your if I get Kuzibuna, the election finished before 12. He had his way, non-deportant few people came out because Nasoludo na Luolo, no Jebego. You know our people, that's how they just tell you, Ojebego, whether mon will even way seen a memo no more Ijebego where when people cannot come back. In Weziamote Park, Yamoto no, we look at Kanaga, we black Bakarati go naga. Is that the Ijebego? We pride ourselves, the center of commerce, now the whole of the southern Nigeria. Yet you can't, live comfortably. Like at the moment, they put on market blue.
Oh,
Is that, this is my own position
well,
anyway, and that's my own.
well,
Yeah.
well, ihe ikwu dịkwa dị n'ọda, but ịmakwa ịnanya na 2015, insecurity is one of the reasons a government ji lose an election. If there's someone that can harvest that anger. My greatest fear is that this thing is just down to incompetence. Because if it's political machinery, maybe in a short time, the election gotcha, ayekutebe ume. But if this thing is down to incompetence, I talk a lot because there is no opposition and Soludo will win. So kind of not just political machinery. Me, this is me just having hope because Obuna Soludo is intentional. Now all his incompetence. I thought the next 4 years after he wins this tenure, Gabokwa more of the same, and it's going to be worse. So oh, to Akamusi fear. So Obono just the thing with the Anambra election after 2023 election, a lot of interest per drop in elections generally because he decha onye no in cahoots with INEC jede ihe ọbụla ọ chọrọ. So interest a drop go na elections generally. People are always thinking ka ihe m ga-eji waste ego m. I spend billions of naira and come out at the end Supreme Court ejide ihe ọbụla a chọrọ ide. So that 2023 election Sugbu morale a lot of politicians that would have been interested because Soludo went and aligned himself with APC politically. Ịma mgbe ọ na-eti mkpu na 2023, people ama no election nyawa ka ọ na-esecure. So he has aligned himself and he will make a deal with APC to win. So politicians have calculated this. Now, is he worth it? Is he worth it? That I think that's what someone like Valentine now. I think that's what he's thinking. So I thought, let me just say, it's a conundrum I don't see a way out of. Is a open one year full a way out of it. The person should tell me. Because I don't see how a government is going to win. You might go, yes, if there is Kaisina P2B after election Anambra now. We need to about this insecurity. He doesn't need to tell all Anambra. Facebook, the social media, the OTA spread there everywhere. Before you know it, Okoya Baba Soludo Nike. Nobody will tell him. All the Enugu election now. Peter Mbama ka o si wee bata. Ọ ma na ọ dị illegitimate. So ihe ọ na-eme since bụ ka ọ wee win illegitimacy that even the man who rig election now are now saying thank God for Peter Mba. But Soludo feels that nothing will happen to him. So he doesn't care. Ịda afụ ka o si ekwu okwu ka onye ala. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. So just in nature side, nature side that. And the side of incompetence are ebe ọ ga-aka dị njọ. Ọkwa ebe ọ ga-aka dị njọ. Daalụ.
All right, $1. Jack, over to you. Jack, are you here? Jack, the builder. Okay, Ebe Jack and Anoria. Are you a move? Can I move her on? Upon a Jack.
Chief,
Sorry.
I know me. I mean, I've actually been trying to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. ụmụnne m ekene m. I mean, it's all the this thing, this particular issue I na-akpa bụ something none at the lips of every onye Igbo at the moment. Ebe ọbụla ị gara, ihe onye ọbụla na-discuss na bụ the insecurity situation in Anambra. I think that the thing got out of hand already, and you know, I won't come here and discuss how disappointed Mwadi personally, Ebe Soludo no. And even some of the people na Loriolo, which I know very closely. In short, I was actually excited the day Law Mefo was appointed. Law Mefo was appointed as the Commissioner of Information, because I felt we are going to have someone sensible communicating to Anambarians, because I've known Law for a long time now, and I know how articulate he can be. I know that he's a brilliant fellow. Unfortunately, there is this arrogance associated with Anambra State government, which appears that only Obuna, the part of the government somehow, begins to exhibit that level of arrogance. Again, they just believe that now, this thing now going on now is their belief. That landing on a Twitter doesn't really matter. Their opinion does not matter, because they've said that to me a couple of times. That Nihai make noise. At the end of the day, Nandine voting on our villages na on our social media. So I don't want to discuss whether that is correct or not. But again, yesterday I was opportune to visit Enugu State Government House, and it was on invitation of the SA to the governor on media to see specifically the Enugu State Command and Control Center, because there was an argument on social media that Edo State has something better, and Lagos State had already had something like that and everything, and they were arguing that I'm not correct. And I say, okay, let's see it. And I went there with a few friends of mine yesterday, and what I saw blew my mind. Again, after looking at what is in Enugu yesterday, it now dawned on me that Anambra is turning to like
Just saying we are not
what they are
serious.
doing.
Just say it. We are not
What they are
serious.
doing in government house in Anambra I don't know how to describe it, because if you say people are not serious, people assume that there's actually intention to be serious in the first place. I feel that the level of cluelessness in Anambra State government is not talked about enough. And when somebody does not know anything and they have so much pride and arrogance and thinking that they know. See, Chief, I'm not saying this, I've always promised myself that I'm going to remain as objective as possible, and discuss governance in our region based on what I see, the information I have access to. Chief, I saw clearly that the vehicles in Enugu City are being monitored. If you're not wearing seat belts, the AI cameras are capturing you. Chief, Enwelu cameras, I don't know how they mounted such kind of cameras, but there are cameras in the bushes of Enugu State as I speak to you. There are cameras that monitor vehicles that are moving around, on some roads, some flashpoints in Enugu where the places are mad that this place is criminal activities going on there. Any vehicle open Anabia, these cameras zoom down and they track those vehicles until they get to a certain level. These cameras have capacity to capture 15 kilometers. If they zoom this thing for you, it will see clearly. See, I don't know ihe anyị banyere n'ime na Anambra State. I don't know ihe anyị banyere n'ime, because the question I ask myself is, if you don't take issues of security serious, then kezi he take serious for goodness sake. Because obo standard okporo ka ị na-arụ n'anyị. Do you understand? I can't really pinpoint the exact thing in Gasino Yamakine. And the basic responsibility of government is security of life first, before even the welfare of the people. You have to secure the lives of people you want to even, the so-called welfare. Do you understand? You need to first of all ensure that they are alive. If people are being kidnapped at every nook and cranny of Anambra State, Oboho, Oko, Oboho, Umunze Road, all the safe. The whole of, once you pass in the Ndiowu, the whole of that stretch, bo kidnappers, then you can be picked up at any point. Obuno, the road you see from Aguleze to Kubodaba, Ndiopaleze, is not safe. There is no road. Most of the time, they shift attention to Ihiala and this thing. Also Ihiala, there is no place. Even the governor's local government, you cannot pass Aguata local government by 6 p.m. The army condone that particular place because of the level of disturbance and the level of insecurity around that area. So where exactly is secured in Anambra? Onwero, there's no place. Now, right now, anytime we mistake batana and kabenam, the first thing once 5 you understand, there is no way you will be on at an alarming the level of alarms everybody raise. And this is not because actually is this alarm falsely. It's because of ENMNU. Sometimes I need people are seeing it. So what exactly is Governor Soludo doing? And on your position of he hates the government, no politics. You can't even say anything without people reading political meaning into it anymore. Chief, Ezoku can't feature the command and control center in Enugu State yesterday. And it now dawned on me that now in serious trouble. Na Anambra State in particular. I don't know if there's any, and Ebon Muni Wutem career is that Soludo has actually spent 3 years in office. These other guys, they are just coming in and they've been able to achieve this massive result. I was speaking to, a very respected leader from Anambra yesterday, and he was saying that look, we cannot reinforce this failure. We can't reinforce this failure. It's not possible. Obron the market women buihedi. Okay, first of all, isi anyị that na ị ga-akwụsị touting. Ọ dịka ọkịta ka touting bidodiri na Anambra State. Because there is no place ị ga-aga n'Ọnịcha now. The level of harassment, even police harassment in Anambra, the level of extortion, there is nothing the government is doing about all of those things. Enugu State government go clear, some checkpoints in some kind of places. They are reducing it. They sure the essay to the governor on security was telling me yesterday because I raised some concerns about police harassment and everything. Also, that now the train in Hana now, and some of the policemen were there as well. They have cameras on their helmet and everything. It captures even what they are doing. The government monitors everything. They showed me in the police in Onozo. You can see it in the command and control center. So they are picturing every single thing. So if Enugu State government can do this in less than how many, a month, less than 2 years, Peter Mbanogo in office, why can't Anambra ebe, ima that now this insecurity has eaten so deep? Why can't we as a government? I'm not even proposing central command center. I even want a decentralized one where we say, if possible, each local government should be able to have their own. If we have to spend half of our FAC allocation to ensure that we get security right in Anambra, please let's do it for goodness sake. Because that is the basic things. I mean, if I'm not secured, how will I? You're not even talking of investment because there's no except Malona Bopugi. Except Malona Bopugi with this level of insecurity and this kind of kidnapping nag everywhere. Only Obunagana, you must have to, come with one truck of what is it called? One truck of Ndiamin and the police and the DSS for you to feel a sense of security. Eh? I mean, it makes no sense again, and I don't know. Somebody's in Enwero that Nanambra Enwero, what is it called? Opposition. Well, it's also a concern for me as an individual because at the moment I haven't really gotten the sense of, I don't know, like Onwero, there's a level of commitment and the level of sense of seriousness I would have expected from possible candidates at the or possible potential governors by at this time. But it appears as if I don't know what people are afraid of really. But again, we have to rescue our state. I mean, it is better we die trying to fix this state than only keep quiet and bequeath anarchy to the next generation. I mean, I don't know how people see it, but Anambra is scary at this point. It is really scary. Before Anekumaki Imo State, I think Imo is even way, way, way more secure than Anambra at the moment. This is the truth. This is the truth. Anambra is not secured at the moment. The level of kidnapping is too much. I don't know. The governor will go to churches and be blaming churches. Say oh, how deviate to go. That is why the mad in the mezi or na more na ago for na more men na this na that. I don't know. I don't know this kind of human being that never takes responsibility because you're the one that said you wanted this job. If you do not know what the job entails, if you do not know that, as a governor, you'll be held responsible for issues of insecurity in the state, then why did you take up the responsibility in the first place? And when according to you, all churches be here, be here, you get blame. Okay, if you want to blame churches, what did you do about it as a governor? Where are the reorientations that are supposed to be happening in our state? Nothing. You called for amnesty. People are not coming out because they don't even trust you. If people are looking at your character as a governor, you are not interested in even gaining the trust of the people, the so-called people you're going to. But you come here and say, oh, in this Twitter matter, in the social media matter. So what there? I mean, let's see how this whole thing is going to play out. I'm really hoping for the best for Ndeba. It's just not with them that a lot of people have to pay the price for this whole, visionlessness, cluelessness, and what I call, diabolic, diabolic ego and pride, because this level of pride. Nah, for Anambra, this level of, this level of the way these people look at other humans, they feel that because na hand on a state government, na how my they carry every other person. You know, you bring advice, you talk to these people behind the scene, they are not even interested. They don't care. The only thing they are looking for is who they're going to put on their payroll. That's all. That's all. Anyway, man, Chief, I use the mic here. I beg my brother. I use the mic at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jack, I have one question for you. Because I've been thinking about this thing. Do you think that with this um, show of lack of concern by the government, do you think it is not going to encourage other young people to even become criminals, to go into it knowing that nothing will happen? Even one thing with crime, or in a developed world, but the consequences. But in a situation I know in Anambra State where there is no consequence, nobody's afraid of anybody because nobody's going to come for them. Do you think we're going to have that, proliferation, multiplication of criminals? Even under nobody into itself will seem like, okay, be like saying that this thing they pay. And, for that reason, we're going to join. After all, I know some people that are doing it, making money, within a month, they've made millions, So do you think we're likely going to see such thing in Anambra State?
Chief, that is exactly what is playing out now. I mean, this thing you just said is exactly what is playing out. Because you look at the economic side of it. In and see, oh, you created a whole ass economy, you created a whole ass industry for people. Anambra, the way it is going now, should actually have commissioner of kidnapping. Because we have created a whole, industry for people, to move away from trade and now start kidnapping. And that is what is happening. So it's not just even about young people, Chief. We now have even businessmen, no Onitsha, Nambuka, no Obosi, because of it. They are now the ones even engineering it. They are now the ones going into it because there's no consequences. At a time, P2B, there was a law in Anambra that once after, if you're involved in kidnapping and everything, your building will come down and everything. People saw consequences for being a kidnapper and they ran away from it. Anambra became safe. Even the police confessed. So the issue is, this thing is very simple. The reason why we have the level of insecurity we have right now, as we speak, is that when this thing started going, exacerbating, as at 2021, 2022, 2022, nobody did anything. The government did not do anything. Yes, Peter, I was actually shocked because when Soludo came to the office immediately, at the first instance, he went at these people with all seriousness. I was expecting to see that level of energy. After 6 months, this man went quiet, and these people regrouped. Some of them came in from other states because Anambra now has not become home for all. Onyobuna can come and do anything and get away with it, and nobody asks you question. That is what is happening right now. Every nook and cranny of Anambra, again, the level of kidnapping, naga, you will not believe it. You will not see this one. Me personally, intentionally, I don't post about it because I don't want these things in the media. It is not in our best interest. We are trying to even shape the way people see an Igbo, because we cannot just be posting about, oh, the things are going wrong in our region. But anokatanya gwo nwanye eziokwu. Anugidego, the level of voice note the level of pictures both man came for yesterday. Fresh killings on daily basis. The kidnappings and anomakia behind the scene. I cannot even talk about it, half of it in social media, because all Gadika say that Nedo Saramu to be talking about kidnapping. I just intentionally don't post about these things because all the too much. Chief, I beg. So it's a whole ass economy, a whole ass industry that's been created for some people, and they are making money off it, and nobody is talking. How can another state be the one giving you intelligence, and you can't even still do anything on top of it? I told you people, see, there's a call center. Enugu State government now has 117. If you call it anywhere, they pick your location. Whatever you report, they move towards it immediately. It's not somebody that told me. I was there yesterday. They demonstrated it for me. I saw how it works. Anambra State is not a serious-minded. We don't have serious-minded people at the helm of affairs at the moment. As we speak, we don't. Nobody there is serious. Not the commissioners, not the SAs, not the governor. He is just so full of himself, thinking that he's the only one that knows everything in this world. Whereas no way, Homer, he knows nothing. He knows nothing. If you go to Peter Mbah's office and you want to meet the governor, the first thing you see when you enter the governor's office is it's more like it's a digital museum of Enugu. It shows you investment opportunities. You see every single thing about Enugu State at a spot. You cannot compare. Like, it's just like darkness and light. The difference between Enugu and Anambra now is like from here to London with trekking. I'm not talking about with flight. The gap is too much. When you see the level of seriousness people are putting in, there's an e-gate system. I can't talk about the softwares that even the IT people are building in Enugu. And you look at all these things, you come back to your state where you have a professor that claims he knows everything. If you know the Kayan Egwegu, Chief Abeg, are you the mic, my brother? Thank you.
All right. I will come back to you, Jack. And I move very much. On your Rakita, not as here. Okay. Let's move to one mic. Then Ken of Web. One mic. Are you here?
Okay, yes,
One mic. One mic stand.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say that get waiting person won't talk about the insecurity in Anambra. We go be like say the person they talk too much. You understand? First off, I've been kidnapped before. Like, let me get that out of the way. 2021 for this Anambra, along that will go over here. It took God's grace. We did three actually. It took God's grace and our money for us to be able to like still come out, still be alive, like up until right now. And then from that time till now, I know, like off heart, without even trying to think or count, I know like 6 persons. We don't experience the same thing. I live in Oka, you understand, in the heart of this town. And the entire thing, in last year, 23rd, a friend of mine was kidnapped for Ifite. And it's so crazy that these guys just come out randomly without any, like, they don't even get any information. Where did they go or who did they go, meet, just anybody. And then pick up the person and then disappear. This guy was picked up on 23rd. He spent his Christmas day with these people. He was released on 28th after they had paid about 8.5 million. And it's crazy. And then everybody that comes out drops a level of information about modus operandi, about location, about, stuff like that. And all this information, it is surprising that for some reason, the government or whatever cannot gather all this information together to make one solid headway. And it's so bad that I can't even talk as much as I want to. I can't even use my platform as much as I want to because, sometime in the past, because of something like this, I've gotten myself into trouble like a couple of times. So these days, I did try as much as possible to, should I say, turn a blind eye, because, the intimidation is crazy. They do make you go, speak your mind, get people aware, and then these people in government will just come with intimidation. And being that I be somebody where, should I say I have a sort of platform. I'm a stand-up comedian in this town. So like right now I'm working on my next show. So, and I know how it's affecting me, the insecurity. Anybody you are talking to about sponsorship, about investment, the person know they even listen. They just tell you they will not be around because everybody that came back now, in fact, this week where we did now, everybody is leaving. Like everybody is leaving. Anybody where you talk to now say, they come out today, they come out today, they come out tomorrow. And they annoying that, like, what me personally find annoying the most is that if you talk about it, these essays, SSAs, I like to call them e-touts, e-rats. These guys come,
They're e-talks. I call them
you understand?
e-talks. E-talks.
These guys come after you with so much, you know, they go report you to people where you no even know, say people where normally they no suppose maybe see the things where you talk, the screenshots, they go take screenshots go move, and before you know, you get calls from places where you don't even expect to get calls from. They summon you, and I'm telling you what I've experienced. No be say person tell me. I'm telling you what I've experienced. They go call you, come for some, they will say in a meeting, but when you come, it's almost like a torture room. Interrogation, left, right, and center, so many threats and all those things. And because me, I like my life, I no get money, but this small life where I just dey live, I like am. So, and then they threaten me personally with that, you are not from Anambra, so why are you painting our state? I'm not from Anambra, and I've lived here from 2010 till today. How many years is that? From 2010 till now. As a matter of fact, I'm originally from Abia State, but I've not spent 2 weeks straight anywhere in Abia State. I was born in Enugu, lived the greater majority of my life in Enugu till university happened, and I came to Unizik and I came to Oka. From 2010 till now, I am more Anambra than I will ever be Abian. And I know they hide to talk am because this place feels like home. In fact, this place is home for me. So how person go take day house? For me now, once it's 5, 6, and I have any reason to go out, I can't drive out. I can't drive out. I go use keke or go enter public transport, enter shuttle. Because you no fit guarantee anything. It's not even a matter of the car you drive anymore. I heard when somebody was saying if you use a good car, Corolla 2010. Bro, I'm telling you, people that use Camry 2.2, Corolla 2004, 2005, 212 is very modern. My friend that was taken on 23rd, what does he drive? This Sequoia, as in, I don't even know the year. Like, if you know Sequoia, I don't know the year of that Sequoia. Like, it's this very, very old Sequoia. But they carry them. So at this point, it's no longer a function of the car where you they drive all those things. I had this Christmas period. Other years, I know how much of what's it called, events and gigs that I would do. But this year, I did select carefully where I did go. You get place where you go call me from. Once you give me the location, I go say, I'm sorry, I did booked. I know they booked. I did house. But I'm trying to be as safe as I can. The ones where I even accept, because at the time, the place was not, those early bookings, the place was not, a danger zone. Then, fast forward to like November, December, the place gone the hot. For me to go, I didn't even drive. I had to enter public transport, wear as much disguise as possible. I wear knicker, wear polo, slippers, put my phone for bag, put them for boot. This kind of thing. And how long are we going to live like this? How long are we going to live like this? Onye kuoku on a visible platform, they come after the person. And then this is Nigeria. Anything can happen. The first time it took God's intervention, plus a couple of contacts front and back, going to Abuja and coming back, calling and calling, for that one to like die a natural death, of which, tomorrow now, the feast go resurrect them. You understand? So is life threatening, is emotionally draining for somebody who don't get the experience firsthand. Okay, that day that voice note was going viral, I was in Enugu to MC a wedding. The wedding had not started. It was just about to start when I got that voice note and I started playing it. By the time I was playing 11 minutes, 52 seconds, my body started to visibly shake. Like I was shaking visibly because PTSD that I thought was gone, some trauma where I just say, okay, since 2021 till now, it don't pass. I found out that it no pass anything. It just needs a couple of triggers for it to resurface. So I was visibly shaking. I had to ask the event planner to give me 10 minutes. I went to the car and sat down, trying to calm myself down for like 10 minutes before I came back and emceed it. And event was still at 5 o'clock, 5:30. Couple still they dance. I told the event planner I'm leaving. She want to para. Say they no go send me balance. In my head, if you go hold balance. I need to get home safely. So if you look at all of these things, as I'm talking to you right now, I'm considering moving back to Enugu because that was where I was born. Let me just like sincerely, I did consider to move back to my parents' house for Enugu, maybe find house, dey Enugu. Come out like say I know come out so that it doesn't affect my business or my brand. I could just dey like foodie so that even if I dey enter Anambra, I go be to enter to come out. Or if anything, move my family to Enugu. Just anything that is safety first. Anything for safety first. And I found out that the more I talk about this thing, the more emotional I get and the more angry I get about the entire thing. Mostly because even for this space now, you can't tell who is listening and who is who. It might look like everybody on this space is on the side of progress, of truth, but you might discover that even on this space there are people who are here just to gather information for the powers that be, just so that they can find something that they will use to witch hunt somebody, if I will put it like that. So you go just you find yourself being unnecessarily careful, especially as somebody where they stay Anambra. For somebody who doesn't stay in Anambra, maybe you stay Lagos or you stay Port Harcourt or you stay Abuja, it might be easy for you to say what you want to say and go. But for person where they live for this town, you don't know who you they dodge. You don't know whether you they dodge the government or you they dodge the criminality where the state. Where to an extent it is looking like saying that the government they empower them to an extent. So now why if I talk finish, I go say allegedly. So that you know is not I don't know how it go be say if they put it's just that I feel like maybe a level of pride because it doesn't take much even if you know as a governor, as a leader, as a political figure wey dey for Anambra, even if you know how it's done, there is somebody, just your neighbor here in Enugu has successfully implemented it. So all it takes is maybe a level of humility to say, okay, how were you able to? How did you go about? And then I believe because now the same Nigerian, because maybe if Enugu dey safe, Anambra dey safe, it means that the safety go begin move to other states. So the person wey you ask go tell you or show you the way, but I can't seem to fathom how it is a big deal. Sincerely speaking, I can't seem to fathom how it's a big deal. And like I said, the more I think about them, the more it vex me, the more it dey make me angry and it dey trigger me more and more and more. So anybody wey know, wey maybe dey close to these people, wey be say go speak the one wey they go hear, make una help us beg them. The fact say they affect them right now does not mean that it cannot affect them later. This is Anambra State, a state where at some point a sitting governor was kidnapped. You understand? And that was because these criminalities were empowered. So if it continues like this, nobody go dey safe. Like if it continues like this, the way it is going, if it's like it could be anybody tomorrow. It could be anybody. You understand? So Biko, person wey fit, wey they talk the one wey they hear, make them help us. So that on the long run, person go fit one marry for this state, Tobo. Thank you very much, Abeg. I yield the mic.
All right. Sorry for your experience. I keep saying this thing now. Some people are water. what it means for you to be in the hands of people that could end your life the next minute. And when we talk about it, if I it's we're exaggerating the whole thing. It doesn't happen at that level. It is not something that happens very often. An adventure can confirm what from you. As someone now navigate, different cities and towns, na Anambra State. What have you noticed with patrol? In terms of seeing security, while you are driving around cities, or not just maybe at the event place, okay, yeah, but they feel like obviously some people may feel like this, they would pay for security details that would be at the place. But driving through and navigating different cities, what was your observation like?
So, navigating different cities, I go use two different seasons as example. For those non, should I say non-seasonal, no be those what do they call them again? Christmas period, New Year, those at those points, there is nothing like patrol. You hardly see police checkpoints on the road. And I think it is because the high and mighty that has moved into the state or had have come back for the festive season has um, booked all of those police and all of those things. He gave it away in my phone. I did think of the day to post them, but it was as Zenko's mother's burial. If you see the number of policemen there, eh? If you guys see the number of policemen at that place, if that number of police dey for there, I promise you nobody dey road. They don't get enough resource persons for that number to be at that event and still have people left on the road. So this period will be festive period. The road is high and dry. There is literally no sort of checkpoints or anything. Then for the times where no be festive period, you will find checkpoints, but you find out that those checkpoints are not even there to enforce security. They just dey there to extort commuters, motorists, and the rest of them. Because once is 4, they start to leave the road. And me and you know that between me and you, from 6 a.m. or say from 8 a.m. till like 3 p.m., 4, those, like, all, they hear these stories of the Bulomadu. You know that those things start happening as night falls. So if we need security, it is from when night falls. They don't need to be on the road. The essence of police, they go park moto. I remember that time in Enugu when they had just, I think it was Sullivan Chime then, when they had just mobilized Enugu State Police. They know the day road. They go park by the side of the road on that their multiple colored lights. So you know that it's a patrol team on the side of the road at different places. They know they need to stand on for the road, and they are there through the night. Most of the times, they are there through the night. So I can confidently tell you that this festive period, it is little or no checkpoints or security anything. Where you go even see is maybe for express as you dey go from Oka to Enugu. Yeah, you go see those. The first checkpoint as they come on from Oka, maybe Stanel, and that is not government, is a private something. Then after Stanel, you go see the army checkpoints for that after Inizik Gate. Then after those guys, you see one police where they before that place where they sell goat and all, and that is okay. Then you see for the border, the Anambra, and that is all the Anambra police where you go see till you enter Enugu. But from Oji River down to Enugu, you might see up to like 8 different police checkpoints from Oji River down to Enugu on the expresso that you can conclude to be relatively safe. Then you get into Enugu town. They be situational. It be patrol. At day Enugu on 21st December. Yeah, I had an event in Enugu on 21st December. The hotel where I just come out, make I just use leg, stroll. I was bored, make I just use leg, go around that place. From where I walk, reach, I don't know how I go take measure am, but it was not that far. But between walking there and coming back, 4 police cars passed me, and the one go pass. After a while, another one go pass, and you see say these people dey on patrol. You no really get wetin they find or something. Just they move continuously like that. But Dodiya had them, those things like that is you would almost never find it in this town. You understand? I hear the mic, boss.
All right. Okay, even you drag it, but I just want to assess, the whole, thing, how it is. Because when we talk about some things online, some people they feel, oh, it's just propaganda. You people are not, oh, we are living here, and you people cannot tell us what is going on. But then, of course, and then quite on ground, and because, in those areas, distance and first-hand information. Just that most of them, just like you rightly said, will not want to, tweet about it by themselves. They would rather just come to DM to tell you this is what is going on. You want to go for fear of, obviously, if I'm really keen, So it just boils down to, I heard about, the number of the police, in the army, and everything non over a few days ago, 4 days ago, but Friday. Ogakwalo, Ozu, and Abem Zenko. That number of security not there. Ka m na-ajụ onwe m ndị a niile a few people not there ka a na-eche. So ọ bụrụ na a na-eche those few people not there, kedụzi ifere emezi ndị mmadụ the whole of ndị Anambra State, and Soludo doesn't care. He doesn't care. Ojego there already commission a road that is actually better than the one Nyawanalo. I still argue with you tomorrow. The road commissioned on Opo, done by Zenko, is actually better than the road Soludo on Anambra State. We can argue it anywhere with evidence and everything. It's actually far better. Manol Lugo, Commissioner for Information Bill here a few days ago, why not Lugo 400 out of 700 kilometers of road, not Lugo 400 kilometers. So not for 300. Then when you see those roads, most of them are go bad already. These are the issue. What is he actually doing for us? What is he doing? I saw a post, if I Obaji post to, what's going on in Newi. Early hours of this morning, there's no fire service in Newi. No fire service. So imagine you have a business as big as Newi, Japan of Africa, Japan of Nigeria, whatever, Okobawa there. If you got no, it's either no in because there's really nothing you can do. When any fire service. Meanwhile, I'm a professor of economics, first class. You believe in water, physical and monetary policies here, but you may implement at your own state, former governor of Central Bank. But an expectation, everybody expect na prof get implement things based on those who were the history beckon. History beckon go now. History beckon go na Anambra State now. He has not been able to create any history that is positive. Because based on history, back on when he was writing all those long letters, you would expect that again were a significant difference and impact in Anambra State. On Saturday, we're going to talk more about other things, not just security, but other things going on in Anambra State and how Anambra State is being littered with low quality, mediocre projects. This is not an issue of that fun city on Alo. From the things I've seen there, that is a disaster waiting to happen. We'll talk about it on Saturday with pictures and videos. Or borrow anything against no. Can they buy a malo? So what is Soludo actually doing for us as a governor? What is he doing? Let's move the mic. Ken of Web, I'm on about now. Ken
Yeah, anything
Ken
man.
of Web.
Daniel Neku.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Daniel Neku.
I can hear you. In Anifemo.
Okay, I'm Daniel Neku.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Dubai can Neku moon. Well, I did very surprised that most people are mad in Anambra not until now, right? Because Mungabgodi is going okay first. What I want to know can go maka close to 4 years. What I go maka Anambra. I know go maka very well. Like onye Ogaja Akineku. Us not the car insecurity Imo State. Akadon Anambra. Well, insecurity Imo State in the PR, man, Anambra in the PR. Because ngule native makia na social media. But I want to mga bibi mnoka. Ebile mnoka town go. Ebile na express mo ebi no moka village no nye. So yeku oku insecurity. Anyi wa agwa yebu insecurity Anambra. What anyi wa yebu insecurity. Mana ima like ye on mic na ekwu. No ina ekwu igbado touch na ene ekwu. What mana ekwu okwu insecurity like ekwu okwu mmadụ nọ na kidnap go na rice mill ọka ebe nke na-agụ ọka almost every two weeks a na-kidnap mmadụ na rice mill ọ na most of ihe na-eme dia nwere anyị nwa na-anụ ya well anyị nwekwu ya ekwekwu ịghọta a na-kidnap ndị mmadụ na rice mill steady like even enyidile ndị ego enyidile ndị je nke ọlụ ndị je nke akpụ na ihe a na-akọ dia na kidnap dia amala mo ya kidnap apala ya shi ụzọ mama m ka asi amafute Enugu so chukwu mara mama m ka ndị ncha wọfịa na kidnap nke ụlọ ndị no ide farm ide nkọ ide mute nkụ ma ide nkọ iwe na rice mill mo na iwe na side agụka ọ na kidnap dia drama talk more of ime na most of ndị bi ọka abi na ọka town anyị nwa bi ọka village. So I think my even insecurity no can insecurity na Anambra do the matter ta like obu the ebido ta like utego like I na-ekwu ebe na do like you feel like na obuzi wawo why you watch I wanna be a man few years ago most of chairman of village Sonoka they take here the responsibility by themselves because it takes them government literally no live kwa di ime ngoliwe eme eme. So what of this chairman no chairman village is no chairman them take your responsibility. When you have a village up nigga with an stay your gate. Like my village no it's almost or if you want to enter my village now no let's say gate let's say gate like Okwalan 782 about you living in the security work local security anyway. Most of them do you to know good form of security. A will on a place channel each of the junction. Then was the one way each abata and one way half. So you check you na ibi na Oka village very well. You man almost every village on can we gate. I about call any the 7 more 8 more 9 some people name 9 some people name 7 anyone name 7 about you could be in but you go gate go na because it make it go was o ka ebejelu water I am not take child of insecure never water even and then nakita mam putangu akwa sisi ebe ọbụla nọ n'ọka na-agba na melụkwa ụlọ water because ama m ihe na-abịa ị na-aga n'ezi n'abalị etu ọsọ ha dị alụchukwu water mana onwe most of the thing na imam na internet because him na try and protect obodo ya but ọ maka insecurity n'obodo adọ dị mma cha like ife a na-kidnap n'obodo mana ihe ya na like okay last 2 months I kidnap mpam one of my friend I oje lo mago de butenko I kidnap ya ebe release na Enugu ko Enugu side 90 mile ke de budeli ego for more than 2 weeks I want to kidnap for na rice mill agwoka palo na ma me be demand so ma me gba palo na the man look at the man like even the man oka after la leader oje 2 months ago ta okolo total we look at even ya mana any na eme water so nwekweni ihe tikitele mkpu ta change bịa so see me would not want to take care of their security car most of people no car because you know ya cultist I am the kidnapper I am do S-men no n'ime ọbịa no na gbedege agwọka ken na ya so ya bụ na kabarụ chewo onwe Water because in Chekwe government there is only so much they can do. Or they could and the man they make can no one angwa. I was a living in water. So I be me and a quiwe no more time baba gide. Luchini mo significant luchini government ama me yo na mokali. So my mom mom yozo aye me so even most of this even village chairman me won't say na secure village because the way Erika na secure na village I think na village vigilante village of no can with village vigilante na chukova literally all the village no can with village vigilante na chukova because that's like the only way if not don't you care but better street na parliament they will aya kwa bo na ya da no but ya da no dey amando palia o mo ko shi no water so I can't you onye na-aga n'ọka na-aga na Anambra anyị ma na ọka amaka anyị ma na Anambra amaka mana onye na-aga kawarụ m agụmakwụkwọ na Anambra agụmakwụkwọ n'ụmụụzọ so ama m ihe anyị na ndị ọgọ gọọmenti na-ede ya in day out Anambra amaka mana ihe mekwere ọnọdụ ka ya adị na so anyị ka si ka nkwuo ndị be anyị daalụkwanụ.
All right, one now. Thank you so much for your contribution. Ibara unwa bundoka. Only for can specifically. If you want to share with us, fine. But if not, that's also okay. Only for no specifically. Ijichakwabo as in do obodo. You know, because I'm in some communities and some town na Anambra State in Wagasilo. And when the Tiaga say Kefana where CCTV cameras, you know, Tinyasia street lights, apart from the gate in a where and when any other measures, you know, like beefing up your vigilante and all of that. And when was it on them?
Okay, so middle of my village go. I'm going to go to vigilante. I take gate. Then see last time be a space again. Oh, one guy named Koku Makara, one security street light, a bigger fan of Bulia or Boko. So you become even almost every street in my village, like almost every street in my village. With that street light. Remember not the dia. Not give it no Bulia or Chago. No man afuka na okay. Ebe na boloch no man na kwanya water. So when I been na oka say ho. Oya muna kawa de chiko onwe. Because say I'm a talker about alcohol. But I'm gonna one name when I'm one or two things name megasi. What I so you're gonna cover on it onwe. You're gonna cover on no chukwe village because I what the best they can do. Do to I'm an okaduna I na union I know colon to lean and I to go wine together. So you'll be able to know you're gonna cover on no. Na-echekwe like na kawara na-echekwe ịbịa na amiko bịa na ụmụanaga bịa na ụmụdị ọka onye ọbụla like onye ọbụla nwere specific security na-echekwe obodo ha in and out water so now like then teacher gate now with the major thing and nwa personally nwee security like they na ime street in the gasị ịma na nụmadụ ebichele nke gbachara ọchịchị or something mana ọ bịa na ọka afọ eho adụmshọn nwee like ha na-emekọ ọnụ n'ọka niile kwuketere na-eme adụm ọ na-enwe so mana adụrọm shop mana ịma na every village all the 33 village enwere ọka kawarụ nnọọ take their security personally in their own hands water
So from what you are saying, if it appears now more like now the Oka metropolis kind of more of the security challenges, not more like now villages, no outside the metropolis. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so majority of then most of the thing now affect Kali Oka no bu like yes rice mill yana na kocholo n'ime agwa ba like both side the million city and million estates na mbodo ge like fa ba bang ofia ka do Anambra na nge side bo fel no Oka ibo the side agwa ka na mbodo ge iba wa ki as na most of this ya wundu di omago one jog ko nke like you get me wa ana ba kidnap iba the lo eji omago na kata mam no do Fulani S-men no mam do down no na kata even abia kidnap no wo water so I have like major issue and we like do naga umago mo do naga man abia like other ones not happen with just between the Oka town like mam anyway but Oka village as a whole they try to like be as secure as possible because I na both Curtis na na ede so I'm like kawaru take their own personal security serious because the only na ede kudo water on the team.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much. Also son. Also son. Amara network really gonna what issue about the boy about it. Why are you here? Also son. Also.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Good day, my brother. So, ndị Igbo ekelekwanụ. First and foremost, the insecurity in Anambra is still seriously a terrible one. You know, this whole insecurity started from Imo State down to Anambra. You know, when these IPOB guys, unknown government and the rest of them started their movement. So now, Anecheko Obodo. From there, it escalated. Like we now in also, we no longer we no longer go to our place again now because our place is a den. It's a den of criminals. And you know that from that Aziz, from that also Ihiala, Lili, Mary, down to Oba side. And there is where the heavy criminality is. The kidnapping is terrible. When I mean terrible, people are being killed, massacred, and nothing is happening. The government is not doing anything about it. We now we then said, okay, let us get our own security. If I tell you the kind of money we are pushing into security, the government is not assisting us. We are funding. When I mean we are funding, people are pulling out millions of naira, individuals, to fight insecurity in our place. Because if we don't do it, nobody will do it for us. These guys don't care. They use insecurity to win election. Go and check the last Imo State election. There was no election conducted in Osuhitokwa. But come on, check the results. Osu was practically has the highest number of votes. And I kept on asking, where is this vote coming from? They scared people away from their place. They scare people away from the environment, from their environment. Then they write any results in that environment. You can win an election. Now, coming to the governor of Soludo, you know, when during the 2023 general election, when he was attacking P2B, I knew that he has nothing to offer to Anambra State people. Because one thing about a man is when a man feels that he's too full of himself, you just know that man has nothing to offer. Soludo has nothing to offer. I tell people, when you build roads, you say you are building roads. You are building roads for the people. People have to be alive to use that roads. But when they are not alive, who then are you building the road for? That's the question. Who then is Soludo building the road for? Whereby you can't secure your people. Security is paramount. Very, very paramount. I was in Enugu State last week. I saw the security outfit. I was like, wow. Itamba is seriously, man, doing something out of this world. But I feel that Pitamba is acting other. There's something that is taking over that man. That means that I don't even understand because the security is there, infrastructure is there. He's working tirelessly every day and night. Those are the kind of leaders we need in the Southeast. The Southeast have been so docile for years. And now we are clamoring, come bring the investment back to the East. Bring the investment back to the East. Is now this insecurity is ravaging the whole of Anambra State, the commercial hub, commercial nerve center of the Southeast. Come on. Onitsha, Nnewi, Did you know what these two places are? Because I don't really know. Soludo said he's a professor in economics or what. Therefore, he should understand that security is a vital key in economics. He does not need to be told. He does not need to be told. I mean, why? In short, I'm asking. I think some of a whole lot of Igbos we contributed to this insecurity that is destroying us in the east. We contributed. The coming of Mazin Namdekalo did a whole lot of damages to the southeast. That is just the truth. But when you say it, people want to fight you. They see him as a god. They see him as a god. Meanwhile, this man literally destroyed your region. Even though Obrachi Biafra, went to say and a obodo n'ime obodo. We first of all build our economy. Build our economy. All the Southeast governors are there together. If I can make our Southeast side to start booming. We don't have economy. Every time you look at the statistics, and we brag a lot, we boast a lot. And actually, look at our economy because of why somebody who had no he has nothing to offer, only for him to come and fighting for Biafra, only to destroy the little effort we have made over the years to start sending us back. And now look at where we are. Imo State. I can't even say the last time I went to my village. 5 years now, I've not even gone to the village. My family, everybody are out of the east. What are we going to be doing there? And you know the amounts you have pushed out of the east? All my cousins, nobody. Just the other day, they sent us a letter in our village that everybody remaining in my village, everybody should leave. And every other to run out. My compound in the village is as in I can't even tell what it is like now. That is the situation we have found ourselves. Because whatever happens to Anambra happens to us because we share common boundary. Whatever is happening in Anambra happens to us. And now it's just so devastating. We are pumping in money. We are spending money just to fight this insecurity. It's terrible. And the government does not want to help. At first, when people were shouting of when they were shouting roadblock, checkpoints, I was not complaining about it. I wasn't. I was like, they should just allow this. Why should we make noise about this? These things are also for our own benefits. But we kept on coming to social media, checkpoint. We blew it out of proportion. And now the checkpoints are no longer there. We have started complaining again. We complain a lot. What we should be doing is, where have we gotten it wrong? We start from there. Since we have started having this conversation now, we can from here, we can start letting our voices known to the government. This is our challenges. We must start from somewhere than complaining. Because this complaining, every time I come to Twitter, I see how Igbos and Yoruba, this one. And now, so Igbo mind here. This is not what we should be talking about because our region is under serious attack. We must forget about what people are saying. We come back to our region and say, okay, how do we start? Where do we start? From there, we start rebuilding We start fighting insecurity in our own little way. From there, the government will definitely respond because we own the government. It's because we don't know the power we wield as people. That is why the government can simply ride on us. 2023 general election really it taught a whole lot of people lesson that the people owns the government. So, watching America, thank you very much. We should be having this conversation from time to time. Let's see how we can start, you know, bringing things together. And we would like a situation where all the Southeast governors work together. I remember there was one video I listened to people do when there was a criminal terrorizing Anambra State back then. So they say what he did, he went to his counterpart in Enugu State, the Enugu State governor, and told the Enugu State governor, this criminal does this whole lot of things in my place and come to Anambra and come to Enugu to relax. Okay, let's work hand in hand. You be pursuing him from here, then me, I will be pursuing him from here. And at the end of the day, they were able to get the criminal. That is what strategic leadership is all about. So if we don't place people who are strategic as governors, that means we are not getting there at all. We are not. So what we just have to do, let's start from somewhere. Let's see how we can start fighting this insecurity. Yes, we know that our security men, the policemen, they're trying. I must still give them because when you don't empower them, how much are their salaries? So most times when I see people complaining that policemen come to checkpoint, they are giving them money, this one, they are collecting bribe and all that. My brother, I still have to tell you, those policemen, a whole lot of them go through a whole lot of stuff you don't know about. A whole lot of them, how much is their salary? How much are they being paid? But they stand in the middle of the road, in the middle of the night, carrying guns, and maybe 100 naira or 200 naira you give them, you start complaining. When we understand that these guys are also humans like us, yes, they are bound to make mistakes, but we should learn on how to work with them, compliment them, and thank them. Me, most times, anytime I see policemen on the checkpoint, I give them something. Most times, water, anything, drink, money. Because why? They are human beings. So by the time we start appreciating our security forces, first and foremost, there'll be that willingness and that hunger to really do more for us because they'll be like, wow, since these guys are really appreciating us like this, we just have to still put in more effort. So we need to start appreciating them first. By the time we start appreciating them, then you see how this insecurity of a thing will drastically go down. So these are just my little contribution. I hear the mic.
One, I want a question on challenge. When you were
Okay.
talking, it came to my mind, and that question, Bo, do you think that Obuna, like, I know this is a government responsibility, but do you think, based on if you put on your point, Obuna private individuals from different towns or villages or whatever, could empower the police by way of monetary inducement? Do you think Nage will a significant change? Because from if
As
you like, let's say for instance, Abian or Suketa, and we can wear like a divisional police station, not there, right? Headquarters or whatever, and then we're around. And then, most of the time, Obuna, if you want police to, swing into action in Nigeria, most of the time you have to, deposit. You know, they will tell you, you need to motivate them, you need to mobilize them.
okay.
So do you think, like as in the Anambra and part of Ndimo, where they stand the rampant, should start thinking towards that angle? Maybe like partnering with police directly, giving them money because sometimes and we'll go some people that are alluding police, quite in cahoots with all these, things going on because everybody na Chuego. and we got some talks and all of there, allegedly now some of all these kidnapping stuff going on na akafadenia. I don't know if I get what I'm saying.
Yes.
Being the fact na not or the where the possibility na the police they involved and not gonna find involved there. So does it mean okay for us to see a significant impact and performance by the police since government is not? I know it sounds crazy because this is actually what the government should do, right? So do you think not something individuals or communities need to start thinking about, not just using the vigilante, but using police by monetary inducement, so that if I'm way can perform more optimally, and also in go kalego na enyefa based on ego de magonde fana fire aloko,
Mm.
they will just don't want to work for you. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. This is
Yes.
just is a question.
Yeah. Okay. For me, as the etodike and come, yeah, more. When we appreciate people, there's that tendency for them to do well, to want to work well with you. I think the Nigerian police force, this shown away is that Nigerians have not really come to appreciate them. Rather, Nigerians always keep dehumanizing them all the time because of the few bad ones in there. So if we, as the people of this country, Nigeria, people of Southeast, we start showing these police people empathy, love, and care, appreciation, a whole lot of things will turn around. Because now, if I'm working for you and you're not appreciating me, I'll ask myself, what is the sense of working for you? I'll ask myself that question. But by the time you appreciate me, hi, thank you so much. God bless you. And take this one and hold yourself. You will see that person. Next time you call that person, he will respond to you. He will even put his life on the line because he knows that you appreciate what he does. But by the time you don't appreciate him for what he does, there will be no need of him coming around. So if
I can't hear him again. No, I can't hear you. Asuson, when I hear him,
No, we lost
I
him.
cannot hear him.
No,
Oh, okay.
I can't hear him.
okay,
Asuson, if you can hear me, okay, okay,
so
go ahead. I can hear you now.
if we can thank them, then in the process of thanking them, we say, okay, we are supporting you guys with so things and this with so amount of money to buy guns for your officers, officers' family, this one. There will be that zeal and motivation. Have you seen how a whole lot of policemen are living? And these are the people that put their life on the line for this country. They're always the targets. But yet, these guys are not appreciated. So, how do you expect to have a functional security system in the country when you don't appreciate your security forces? How? Definitely, the security architecture of the country is dead because these guys are supposed to be the highest paid in this country. Not these criminals in the House of Assembly or in the Senate. Call them senators or whatsoever. These policemen, the military men, do you know how much an army man is earning? As in these soldiers you see standing on the road, do you know how much their salary? Some earn as little as 53, 57, or 80,000 thereabouts. So it's terrible. It's terrible. So
All right, Wanda. Well, if you enjoy that question, I know some people will argue. I mean, we can have that argument, maybe in one of the spaces. That overall responsibility of individuals to cater for the welfare of police officers, right? Some people can actually, in fact, we can talk about it. In fact, I can even be on the opposing voice to have that argument. Because even if you go to in the Western world, the truth is that police, especially, they're not even being paid that well. That is the truth, even abroad. And then where some social services, they're available to everybody, regardless, right? Man, the reason why I suggested that and asked that question, Bona, Odigo Koyade for us. And what we are looking out for now is how to secure our homeland. Because I'm just being devil's advocate here for because I'm unknown when they actually argue that point, and that's fine. If you want us to talk about it, we can talk about it. Um, Mana, the idea behind it is this. I'm looking at it from the point of um, urban each community, each town, or whatever, can decide. And what on the name where an of eminent sons, illustrious sons, DGA and whatever, really contributing heavily to influence the attitude of the police or law enforcement, within their own, town and locality to really do their job, right? I want to believe, again, where a significant impact in curbing, this level of insecurity and because often each when government would pay them, probably 60, 70,000, right? I'm not sure. I'm just putting, numbers. Um, but then and where significant influence coming from people, from that community or from that town, that every maybe twice or three times, or maybe every other month, and then with some, largesse coming in, to motivate men. um I know it might have a long-term effect of them, expecting it, and of course being entitled that, okay, since you people are not bringing it anymore, we are not going to do anything until you natural life. Human nature. But it's a matter of urgency. It's a matter of, bringing in stability. um because if we don't do that, it will cost us, more harm than good. So I mean, anybody that wants to put mouth into this point, as a means of, having a positive impact in Ifo Basali security and Anambra State, I mean, we can have that conversation. I'm quite a security expert. I can see Wag here. That will work as well. We can have that conversation. But let's move forward. Wag, I think you have to go. Wag ML. Um,
Okay.
yeah, Wag, are you here?
Ekene m unu.
Claims
Um,
has been waiting now.
a sị na uche
Clem, so I'm going to aga.
Clems mma mgbu oge ka e wee gaa na ihe niile unu na-ekwu dị mma, a sị uche onye a dị njọ ọkụ ya ọtago. So the last person that spoke, just to buttress where he's coming from, he made a lot of sense. Um, these things can just be more like changing the way we approach infrastructure in the southeast. M ga-enye gị example without going into detail. Onwe an area na south of Italy. Ha nọ na-enwe issue with mafias and Gomorrah and all that back in the day. What they simply did was they came together as a community and advocated for an army base to be built there. The army base was built. They were bars and restaurants gave the army families and soldiers discounts to come and eat in their restaurants and just show presence. They were shops and stuff, the same thing, supermarkets, etc., etc. Now what happened was crime basically changed face. Significantly. My apologies. They disseminated the face of the mafia and all that there because they don't want to get involved. Amarazụ onye bụ onye eze, bezie mmadụ eze. Abịa na Anambra State, we have this culture of onye kpata ego ọ ma ọ rụrụ họteelụ ọ lụọ filling station. Họteelụ a na-alụ ọrụ onye dị ndụ ma onye dị secure ga-anọ na họteelụ. Why not ndị nwelitere isi na Anambra State maybe change the rhetoric alụọ ihe dịka police office, police lodge na a particular area, you know, prominent Igbo men can actually do this. Alụọ police lodge na that area to entice the police people to be able to want to azobazia serve that area azo. Okay, ota. Alụọ that lodge, you know, a mayor obu, you know, very functional world class. Oga abu onye police obu not to go see. He will be looking forward to getting posted there, you know. Then integration into the community. These police people, you know, if we're able to, first of all, achieve the first aim or phase of that police lodge, sort of, or world class, or going to a training college, whatever, you know, then when they come there to train or to work, they welcomed into the environment. About discounts, Kenya, shops, restaurants, Shimago, all these things, they feel among other people. When these police people start getting these little favors, which are humanly, when you think about it, you know, they will be kind to one easily had discount, mama put. So when we hear that woman or family, for example, God forbid, they will want to work for them. These are human beings we are talking about. Okay, Ota, that's the first approach. Added to charm some things. You know, in turn, these police people can start having community discussions, you know, amongst themselves. He might go and when community engagement, and me abroad. Every now and then the police host to community engagement. The community are there with police. The community are one the police in this is what we are going through. You know, the police, because they know that they are being looked after in the environment, you know, looking down to the hand and engagement. Onye na ha discount na shop ya. Onye ne butelu hani or things like that. They will be forced to listen to you out of kindness. Malona had they welcomed in the society. Before you know it, you know, we start disseminating these embers of unknown people anyamaro. So that was just to highlight the situation of making police more favorable to be able to work. What that guy said was really good. You know, every Christmas we can even approach it in another way. Every Christmas, I know where this influx of rich men, they all come down in convoys. You know, of we can wear a convoy of 50 police people, you know, attached to them. You know, what is going on? How did we get to this point as people? You know, so open a 50 policemen so one person, you know, and the 10 people na Abata, na Southeast. You know, why not them coming together? You know, reattach those their security people because on a village can, you know, and wear some sort of, you know, cordoning around that area. Those police people, because they are in their they are on the August payroll at the time. You can assign them to go and do community engagement, you know, kuzielu the community how to do things, how to look after themselves, because we have to start looking after ourselves first. Because it looks like Nanda no aina abali izwa no reach out to the government per se in Anambra State. They're not listening to us, you know. So if we start getting these things in tune on that police side, that will kind of, you know, shift the parameters of how these guys operate. The last option I wanted to mention that I ticked on my book. Onwe henga you now this forum. This is a beautiful forum, and what you are doing here, you know, is thought provoking, and I'll encourage you to keep doing it. There is something we have to shift the mindset to something, especially when we invite a government official and they don't turn up. We have to start shifting the concept to how we can look after ourselves, how we can start sensitizing each other. I think I touched on this the last time. For example, you know, we have to start uploading at this forum. Kage bidomewea. Mike, open a government official. We can invite, I think there are some doctors amongst all medical officials. We can invite them to speak, to teach us how to For example, onye a gunshot wound to the leg, how to use a simple belt to do a tourniquet to be able to save lives, how to be able to put someone in a recovery position, while we wait for ambulance or good Samaritan to come and help, you know, little things like that. Because what happens is that or kidnap or whatever, what the first thing people do is pick out their phones and start recording. That is the lowest of the low of humanity. So I will encourage us, Bob and I get where time to be sensitized. When we can throw a medical professional or a security personnel, I appreciate na in our bomb can but I can only say as much as I can say. You may invite someone. I will propose a medical personnel or medical people. Akuzie lie, nda ahụ nwezi injury. Emechazi ihe when an incident is happened. How do we then, look after ourselves to wait for evacuation so that onye wa melụrụ arụ, onye agbala egbe, or imago most of these guys, if when this video is being circulated, you can actually see that these guys can be saved. I've been in situations where a sniper shot someone in the head, and he's 12 years now. My mate, he's still cutting about. He's lost half of his face, but he was saved. And it's just as simple as, first aid, putting someone in a recovery position, tying, using something as simple as a belt to make a tourniquet, to stop the blood from overflowing, using a clean cloth to, press down on a wound. Simple things like this, instead of using our phones, to record this so we can trend online. I think these are the 2 points I picked up. On my a drum so that I can get off and listen to other people or give them chance to talk. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all right. Wag, thank you so much for that contribution. If I meant you bring to that point of which you have also, buttressed it more. But now, even the last time we were here a few days back, I like after dissecting issues while we are winding down, we start talking about options and way forward, what we can do. Because we're not just talking about something, but what can we do? Um, so I think maybe now our space on Saturday is going to run for the whole day. So probably for I'm not when they be join, but the timing they very inconveniencing for them. For me, and I'm around this space mostly my midnight. If I have like to 6, because I'm Central Time. So the Onyanokwana Pacific time cannot even join at all because by the time they are waking up, we are closing the space. So, but on Saturday I get video 10 a.m. Nigerian time. So, it will probably be like let's say 3 o'clock, or 3 o'clock my own time, which will be like 10 o'clock Nigerian time, and it will run for all day. We're going to discuss so much things about my security and what we need to do as we wind down on this episode. I'm just making this announcement for day, not join Igbo space for the first time. Over the years we've been doing this, sometimes on the more frequent, sometimes once in a while, on the based on my own schedule. But then for next month we're going to focus on Enugu State. What is going on? We are going to review documents, for government and all of that, the standard, the quality, because the way we are hyping Mba, we need to know what is right, and the Igbo needs to know. That's that. But then going back to what you've said, my brother, we might have to bring out not just one space, but maybe a whole month, to talk about issues of what people need to do. Um, if a basalo healthcare, and you mentioned about our people, Batego or Loa, filling station or hotel. Most of the time, I can tell you because I used to host Igbo spaces, so only am an opportunity to discuss with a lot of business, people, Mandinona, over here in the US and even in Nigeria. It's about information available to our people. People have money, but they don't know what to put their money into. I'm this year when I was starting again our business space. We'll do business space, but I'm working on bringing somebody, from China. I'm still working on that. Anytime I'll confirm and I'll get join with space, then we'll have to host, business space. But until then, we'll be discussing about even insecurity and all of that. So if you back to the investment, most people are the hotel and filling station or gas station, but the only thing they are available, they know people are doing, that is giving them money. So everybody moves into it. A watch and kegabaral, everybody maybe the same way within the NATO batam in the name import, right? Nkene wukita be first solar and this inverter. And we like they not the business now they too much. So nkegabaralafia, you will see people go into it. So the problem we have, Bonde buy and then on a business is lack of information, and that's what Igbo Space does, to bring out information, and that business space would devote time to that. Then coming to what you suggested about just coming here to talk about what we need to do, I think we need to have a robust space that will last for like a month, so that we can talk about an integrated system, to improve healthcare in our villages. Right, I went by some villages were healthcare centers, and I were like some women that work there, and what any community name were on the Ordinaka. And then the Ordinaka can actually contribute to equip those things. Because open the Chebe government, to be honest, equip when you make in a village, and when you mebega for by ojege, and that was one elu eba for oxygen. You got to go elu eba or quadenia, elu eba a chalk glove, a full glove, because na communities are contributing to it. The reason why they can get in Obodo Iba na Lolo is because and then tax in Apple. And Apple, federal tax, state tax, community tax, depend the ABB, right? All those things that contribute if you are run your locality, na keja the police over, na keja na be pucha snow, na keja now all those things. But I am one of that kind of system that taxes people, to do all those things. We don't have it. So that's why we advocate for people, voluntarily donating to this cause, right? So like I said, I don't know if I get Selenu, it is something we have to talk about, bring in professionals so that we can engage them, and then we start pushing for our people to start doing this in the labor. Again, and people don't know about the WhatsApp group, no, but doing youth and whatever. You people can start talking about these things. How can you train, on a healthcare center, kefa na whatever, unu jeba on a assessment. That's actually my area of specialization, right? I'm a cardiac specialist, so I can actually write down things you will need, in basic and maintaining just prevention actually, and then just maintaining primary issues. The urban or this year too much, you can escalate to general hospitals or teaching hospitals. So, but about something we can just talk about in one space. It is something we have to discuss extensively, because not something they achievable, but people need to understand what we are saying. People need to understand the message, so that you don't just teach one person about what to do. Open a gunshot wound, more stab wound, more let's say snake bite or scorpion bite. We need more. We need more than that. We need resources, and the communities. Very well. You can measure the healthcare centers on a train when they never know. Even with they going to contribute to before we keep where healthcare reform or healthcare fund or security fund or whatever. Will a channel where the open and then on a healthcare center and government na kufa 30,000, una add the alpha 20,000 name or 50,000 or a boost, because ordinarily we are supposed to be paying taxes that will be doing these things. But now because na the system and we don't even trust the system, they contribute to the tax, they will use it for it. So everybody, yeah, saying, but what if it's tax? Rather, yeah. But the truth is that when you have emergency, then you will require distance or not available. So we will talk about it more, but not just one of them. So and then again, get this for this space, I think we need to start emphasizing, individuals, where your community security fund or whatever, spread this message across your groups on there for your village or community or whatever. I think we need to start really getting involved with Nigerian police, and the armed forces really, since we have, because I am what God is an Aka now. Soludo is not going to do anything. It's not going to do anything. This is my suggestion. We can expand on this, but I think if we get involved with them directly, with your eminent sons or illustrious sons or whoever, kind of induce these people monetary wise, please, we need help. We need help. Imagine if we were there go now, and the police here and say, we appreciate you people being here, but we're encouraging you to do more. I believe it will, even if I go to self those people, or when I found my name, if I go for na, ndi obodo adigo ready in change level or unu yesikwa help, or less muna choke well melu scapegoat. And I believe it will work. I believe it's talking about like we're just talking without really doing proffering a solution to this. So I will talk about it more on Saturday, because we're going to have a long space. So we're going to discuss as we wind down on security issues in Anambra State. Let's move the mic. Clems,
Yeah,
Clems, are you here? Clems
yeah.
Mobility.
Greetings,
Yeah,
everyone.
go ahead.
This insecurity that we are talking about, security will be business of everyone, and indirectly, most of us will be a contributing factor to what is happening now, because the major cause of what is happening today, bro, now all those our boys on the street, they men are soldiers on our roads and all that. Get in short, gone on the wrong hands. And today now, when you control Muzi, how they use those guns, And this thing now, to me, and then with some village, most villages where they are vigilantes, you understand? Federal police are part. Before, we don't like people, communities don't expect government to come and guide them. We used to guide ourselves in our communities. I could remember in I think 90s or thereabout, my dad used to lead all these people like Hannah, Bema go, Yaman head they had then, you know. Always things not there, men community should stand out first. And let me tell you the truth, those camps you see, most of us match those camps. Most of the people in our phone match every camp na their backyard, but they will not say. And those communities don't even want to do anything about it. You understand? This is the major problem we have. When we slogan and I see, if you see something, you say something. People are not saying, and the thing is hurting people. I'm not going to here or our indigenous brothers, we name this thing. Call foreigners, be ability among us, name this thing. But no, and they buy it open, or mobilize ya. Okay, onwe one town if they do no, and we special squad if they do. Do you see how they work? And and now sponsor those guys if they do in diaspora. We now sponsor and even motor they use and all that. Now put their extra money to to all those boys na made those patrol. Now empower her. And they are doing very well. Upon every other community is never like that, onye ọbụla etinye aka ọ bụghị nke ka a na-eme na osoludozo onwebi mgbe anyị gọọmenti ji help the society. So onye ọbụla we should hold it on as an upon ourselves, itinye aka from your village, from the traditional ruler, the PG and all that of every community, mobilize their boys here now, Medis Patrol. Upon when there are people not in diaspora, I contact a man a group or forum. I have anything how you contribute to make sure that their village or their town is secured. I contribute to on when the Jago or prominent men on this reach out to them. I video from but because now no police, most of those policemen will back eggs as well. Na-eche na ha nwere secure ọ bụ ha ya cause problem, but o nwere ka anyị maragodo ndị na-eme anyị. Ọ bụ na ọnwa okeke ma na ọnwa okeke na-eme ihe a, ọ bụ na onwe ya eme nwa okeke eme ihe ya eme ya, ọ bụ na ya amapụ ya n'obodo amapụ ya n'obodo na chọọzụ ịfụ na kọma ịfụ nwere na kọmuniti emeghị ya eche ime gị ọ bụrụ iwu dị n'obodo. But na akata maazị onye bụ onye anybody can act anything, even ma tenant iti ya nọ na-emara ihe ọ na-arụ and all that, But ndị be hapụghị everything is porous. Even when you have something you not like to talk. I think this is the major problem we are having today. Obona and make police, I make our local vigilantes. I empower her very well. Every town had this serious. Even but no drones guy with her. I told the accusation to use drone. Sometimes I will here search the bushes, man long way in media, you know. And when media, Mazia Kaposa and Handy is the help of external this security forces to assist them go track those people that I use all those means. Than just no na-eme na a na-nsoro dị nwere na usoro dị nwere na nwebụ mgbe ndị Igbo ji believe na gọọmenti emere anyị anything. Nwebụ mgbe ha na-emere anyị anything. We do secure our land, our villages before. About government na be secure la ya. Enwechebu local vigilante people na guide. Enwe onye bụ bad egg na society. A fish here out, you know. Ọbụzie na ya ewejezi na gọọmenti and all that, maybe a consult chama enwere retire military men nọcha na every towns and the villages, you know. All those people akpọ ha enye aka, you know, lead those movement. I believe no na every community or every this thing tinye aka mee all these things once as na eme ọbụna asị na ọ na-eme na bag na asị na ọ na-eme na Enugu asị na ọ na-eme, you know, na fish out all those bad eggs. I believe na people are humble. Yeah? And then they these people most times when they at the end they release those people. You know, these things are not the way to fight those insecurity. And special this na Tonya man on we are money man are sure that this thing will not repeat again. Because our people need to speak out. Our people need to speak out because this most people knows where these people are camping and they are not saying it. Most communities know all these things, but they don't want to say or speak out. And this thing is very wrong. So to me, I believe that we have to start from our home, our villages. Like we start from good government, you know. When I am a government involved, maybe I'm mad. Then I actually hand over to government. Actually hand over to government. But nke no ka ichebe government soludo mo nyewe ndị police ego ka ha wee bịa. Now you can more Catholic than the Romans. Eh? Onye nọ n'ụlọ maala onye nọ mmadụ nso ma na n'isi ezie na so anyị nwa n'ụlọ onye ndị anọ na village ndị anọ n'ụlọ ma na nwa bụ okeke na ọ dịkwa ka so ndị medicine ifu movement ya ama na you know na nwere ihe nwa na alụ bọtụ nna anọ etu o si eri ego na ọ dịghị maka amagoro etinye anya amara ihe ọ na-eme, you know, by so doing enwere ike fish all these guys out. Or enwudekwe no ofu eme interrogate na enwude as no na this community those community arise amala okay as no na community I could na hide and do naked kidnap. I see from there those community I mentioned na those videos are not circulate. Ke ha go so far. You see? Okwa ha no why but on na their backyard go those things na-eme. And make anything to push those people out from their community. You know, I believe by that. Now I achụpụ these people. Ọ bụzi na ha agbapụ na Anambra State agbapụ, ọgwa na ha agbaje obodo ọzọ, then it's left for them. But ọ bụrụ na ka anyị na-eche ka Soludo bịa mere anyị, we know that he cannot do anything. So you no need na ịkpọwa Soludo and all. I bido good from ourselves, bido from our people, even they know everybody. It's everybody's business right about now. You know, ọ bụrụ na ndị nọ in diaspora ha tinye aka, ọ bụrụ na big boys nọ in town ha tinye aka, you know. With that, I believe now, cop this insecurity in our place. I leave the mic.
All right, Wanda, thank you so much. Wag, just 1 second. Amanda, you want to contribute to this? One of the things your point actually is also pointing towards what we are suggesting. That's local policing. At the same time, talking about liaising with obviously the police, you know, and he mentioned reaching out to maybe in the diaspora, more offer illustrious son, some town that offer eminent sons or whatever, so that can we can contribute to a security fund or whatever actually we are to equip local security. But what I'm trying to let you understand, go cases of the fact that I identify a part of the kidnapping gang, and the police are not part of them.
Exactly.
Some of them. We have seen issues or cases of Ndijelori when they were caught. They were part of Ndemude, but they don't armed forces, right? So, but what we are saying here is this: in as much as we have seen these things, and some of them not because of how enticing or that they make more money from one operation, than a Ghana once a month. So most of them, obviously will be attracted to such a negative inducement. But what we are saying, or what we are suggesting here, is the positive inducement from the
Mhm.
communities, right? Those sons and illustrious sons or diaspora or whatever name you want to call them. Let each community, we can take this message now, unulona dissect in your own communities and or whatever. Have security fund locally to induce police and to motivate police around you, as well as motivating the vigilante on ground already. Because if you motivate the vigilante without motivating the police, urban affairs were interest, if all those criminals in them, they would jeopardize that effort. I can guarantee you that. But when the police is on your side, they are ready to work. We have had cases two spaces ago. I met one young man here called Deso. When he came here, he narrated, his ordeal, trying to track the Ndecholi Ibuya. One of the issue, buna, okay, enwetega ebe ndị a nọ, ịkpọzịa police, agbagara ha enwere ego iji wee move, na enwere fuel na moto. Then, you hear things like this all the time. Na enwere ego, na enwere fuel, na enwere nka, na enwere nka, right? And they are not going to go anywhere if you unless you deposit 150,000. But what we are suggesting is so that Gali, when such delays, let there be a process or a system in place to help supplement and augment these lapses. It's supposed to be a government, responsibility. But as we speak, Soludo is unconcerned. He is unconcerned. So what are you going to do? If you are waiting for whenever, that means most of us can no longer go back to the village, cannot even do business, cannot even show your face on social media because Anne checking. Then to comment on the one of the points you mentioned, why are people not reporting? The truth to some people know but they dare not talk about them unless you boogie. They dare not. And well, a case of this Dibia, Nona Lilu. I don't know if you
Mm.
heard about him. Came back and was calling out what was going on. I don't know if you
I
saw the
saw
video of
I
where they
saw him.
where
I
they
saw
killed
him.
that man. Exactly the point. They know people manding them if nobody. If they are bro outsiders, or where any outsider in Anambra State, I can tell you. If I am saying 70% of foreigners, are they from Afghanistan or from Israel? These are their mama, they know them. That is also the reason why if you are having any event in here local government, you have to go and sort Omoma. You have to go and sort them. Who are they? Who are you going to pay the money to? That means you know them,
Exactly.
right? But if you don't sort them out, that means you can't have that occasion. So what it means is that you now have to induce ndekafa, which is not even the vigilante, not the police or the army or whatever. Community total gonna say about a general station or barracks or whatever. Is ya officer? I be iPhone guy can na look on all if na lo amaka. But I know some challenges in our community. I know ya must say no bunu ya nyala ya aka. Igotago. We know we are trying our best and all of that. Yeah, we're not so bad. Our sons, and then no number of and then no gas for a bed yanga. Sinifunu na me the famma. So that's the guy won't carry a. It's not bribe, but that is more like encouragement. You want them to have resources. Obununu ye go to patrol vehicle to give them. That's fine. Whatever you can do to actually get them to do the work for you. Because right now they are not doing the work because government is not even serious to make them do their work. Enugu state government is serious, equipping them with cameras, vehicles, and doing things to make sure their work is easy. Our own are interested. So what do we do? Na milikanti abaha ya anya. Meanwhile, we have people building police stations, doing hotels, throwing money. And I need na Asaba, ndị be anyị egokpogie. If you don't know now. And how does in Asaba? You see from Asaba, where what I get there, nabani mean even to abo. The buy a gupia geba nina. Onye land is obodo si or land ya na Asaba no la Asaba. Pozi ya munni and no then Anambra fa bagote ka no lia. That is what we are. That is what is we're going through. So ego kwese cross Niger, but at other crosses. Most people go their business. Mwese a branch in Asaba, so that on Monday, since the shop umechi in Onitsha on Monday, after na zona Asaba on Monday, so they are not leaving losing. So what do you think they would do? They're not interested because there's after as every day. Unu si na Amazon Anambra, they are after as wife and Asaba, on Monday. So they are not losing anything. They are not losing. Why about their customer on Monday? Just on Monday, just stop in Asaba. We'll deal there. Then on Tuesday, about the time warehouse not on the chat. If I have reality. So are we going to just sit back and watch these things happen without really profiling, achievable, timely, and workable solution? Go ahead, not just an Ibo. But let's move the mic. Stand up. You can mute to go to mic. Okay? Stand up. Mute your mic. Wag, you want to contribute to this before we move the mic?
Can contribute to ihe Oga claims earlier. His idea would make a lot of sense, yeah, in a society that still has morals. Back in the day, his idea would have been, okuya kwa kasiga. But what we have today is that as society, we've lost our morals back in Nigeria. Okuya tago. Onye nwe ya na-ezu ori, we could say for one na budolo the gang arms, But back in the day, you disown the kid. But these days, the parents we have of nowadays don't care how their kids make money. So it does not matter, my Yahoo, my ritual or kidnap, whatever. They just want to, feel like I have arrived go. So it looks like we've lost our morals, both the parents and especially the kids, because it trickles down. So that issue then happens now. Amalugo ndị na-eme ha, abịa n'obodo, instead of calling them out back in the day, or mmadụ zuo bugode ewu self, they will shame him. You agba onye ahụ ọtọ, boy, do these things just to shame the people. People enwerozi shame now. Enwerozi enwe shame na Igbo. People do whatever they want for money. I will name names. And names. Let's start shaming them from here. Last election brought up a lot of things. SLU used a particular gang, born as a senator rather, and when he failed, those gang Oyuzu, they were armed already. In fact, there was a video circulating, Mbejide, those gang, and that was when I picked interest and I started tracking that gang. On the tracker, those gangs, ended up being one of the most notorious gangs na-enye nsogbu na that Ihiala Valley axis. Ebugo, two of them. I think a couple of them they are still active. Where is SLU today? SLU is in England. After a perpetuate go those things. But SLU bata December now. People they june here. Or I've just called his name out, and on my tracker, the tracking record moto haji may operate mgbe ọzọ senate or a highest boss, and nga agwakwa that particular motor, one of them, that particular reg number was used in kidnapping afterwards. The double barrel number used during election, the gun number. That same double barrel was used in a kidnapping that someone passed away. So I have the facts. Moving on from that, our host, ihe ikwu bụ eziokwu, and you made a lot of sense when you mentioned about resensitization. This keys into how we, adapt with the security forces. Nigeria ni good lie. Okuyotago, these people welcomed into your society, integrate here, they will be keen to do more. I gave you guys instances earlier when I told you the story about, some place in Italy. We can start with these things, we can simple thing, but it just gwa people on a local area, ozi. When the security, the police na be leading na mama put, na ndị nọ in diaspora enyego ha ego, enyego ndị mama put ahịa ego ka ndị polisi lie nri for free for 1 month. It starts with something as simple as that. Ka ndị polisi na family ha lie nri for 1 month. Now what you've done is inyero police ego n'aka, like you said, we haven't bribed the police, and at the same time we've empowered the mama put with more money so that they can be productive. By the time the police are living for 1 month in this community, I don't know no one is free, and the diaspora send Diego, no one is free, no one cut you off. When you feed a man, they will be keen to work. So it's a change of mindset. Instead of you will go for a chikolo security get help with a whole village, not palace or here. We can start with little things like this, just little sensitizations. So I think I pointed out on the things I needed to comment on. The reason I mentioned the name I mentioned is, I can understand the dynamics of Ndino Igbo, how we worship people with money, and that needs to change too. That needs to change too. Back in the day, ihe eji mara onye Igbo bụ na ị ga-ekwu eziokwu kwuru n'eziokwu ahụ. So we need to change how we approach these people, because some of them, in fact, most of them perpetrate these crimes that we're talking about. I think I mentioned on those points I brought up. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you so much. Echanama, I'm here to go this thing. So that was why I suggested that it is something that can be discussed amongst communities, the modality and how they want to, incentivize or motivate or encourage, the security operatives, none of their own locality. It must not be, my own suggestion, but everybody, just like you rightly said, that the police there, they can be eating there, or even maybe open home go out on a school, you can incentivize it into half. Now their school fees go half. Okay, the police are not on a station now within the next term, instead of open and 20,000, if I put 10,000, now community is taking care of that. Something that we have to do to motivate this man, because at the end of the day, like you rightly said, if money goes into a man's pocket and food into his stomach, I can tell he will listen to you and will do anything for you. Any man you are giving food and you're putting money in his pocket, I can tell you he will do something for you. That is the honest truth. So if we are encouraging the security operatives, within our locality, by doing something, maybe you want to pay for their food, or maybe pay somebody that every Monday, or every day, or anywhere days, they will go there, just go there and eat. If I cut you off, the buy, no number one in, eja encourage, and then and all of that. And now about Christmas, when you put rice, but they put 5 bags of rice, it go something to really, if I have anything, or anything, if investing in the security of their own community, ebe governor, Soludo naturally made distance. We're not supposed to be talking about this thing. Then we can talk about, okay, just encouraging them, respecting them, and where some in some communities and some people, even in a police station, you will see na some of the desk not there, or some of the police van not there, but individual donating. People have been doing this things. So Bruno, something new. But this time around, let it be, an integrated system of security consciousness. I get n'obodo ọbụla nọ na Anambra State, because that's what we have to do. Then opposite ununwa, not this n'aka ọfụma, you can also put in CCTV cameras in there. Then when you put it there on a use SIM card, you can monitor it anywhere. It will help to safeguard your community. At least when you get information, you the police, then let's see what happens in 6 months. Let's see if we're able to capture these people. What are we? But we can only talk about it, which is actually, we're not even talking about it enough, because a lot of people are not talking about it. I can decide, oh, we are exaggerating this thing. Oh, you people are not saying the truth. Then where that side, oh, these things are happening so much. So we're not even doing enough in talking about it. But while we are talking about it, getting people to know what's going on, let's also start talking about, what people can do. to help in curbing the excesses of these criminals na Anambra State. Let's move the mic to Bellamy. Bellamy, are you ready to speak now? In and out, Bada.
Yes.
Okay, Adiru.
Happy New Year, Machinemelo. Happy New Year to you. Ana m ekene onye ọbụla nọ na speaker section ma ndị na-ege ege. Machinemere m this issue is amara m ife ngi kunia. I don't know how to start because it really affected me personally. That is a festive period. Before I profile your solution, I want to first of all let me tell you my experience in Anambra State. Because when you say the governor is doing nothing, the word nothing is like glorifying him. I don't think name were a chief security officer in Anambra State. As in the state is people are just waiting to capture somebody. I was supposed to be a best man. Now wedding my friend the 27th. Nihiala. I was supposed to be his best man. I have Kwadochana wedding, everything. The wedding had been planned. Yeni name is everything. All of a sudden, this guy wears Simba. His family is Hamambe Hiala. Gabao Nku this girl. Keme na Lagos. Nobu na Hamambe na Lagos. Niad was interested because of his status and everything. We negotiated down to Asaba. The parents of the girl, Ojo, Naga Baredonku, na their compound. The parents of the boy, Ojo, that they will not risk the life of their sons and if Sufabia. The wedding was cancelled. The effect, it was cancelled. Anambra State is so volatile. As I'm talking to a banker, do you know what a banker was kidnapped? After paying 25 million, they still buyed the lady. They unlived the lady and dumped her body. They just found her yesterday, Nozo. People are randomly kidnapped in Anambra State. As in, it's a free zone. Watching a mereme, manam batara n'ogbe mu. On 22nd December, anom n'ogbe mu. Onye ọbụla ma Holy Trinity Onitsha, Basilica, ebe mba, agbara mbọ na Venn Road South. I lived in ebim na Basilica na Emejuru Street beside Basilica Onitsha. I came back. Erentry mono na GRA Onitsha. I just drove around. Come near my friends. Na 22nd. Mbafe onye ọbụla ma Junction Holy Trinity. E nwere one man na-ere mmanya na-akpọ Galaxy. Anybody know Onitsha ga-ama ya na agwa gị Galaxy. Ọ na-elesi mmanya ike na Junction Holy Trinity, Basilica of the Holy Trinity. Mbafe ebe afọ. My guys, hey, loom, I park ya. Little, kam ngote mmanya. Guys, do na-aṅụ mmanya. Oge m chọrọ na nkwụsị ọgwụ wee na machi na-emene, I received a text na my phone. My phone receive. Osim, guy, no, they come here again. They won't carry you. No, come here again. They won't carry you. Makachuku, ejima abani wee kwara ngwongwom na GRA. Wee narie. Fan na agwa 100%. The insecurity in Anambra State is so appalling. I can count 18 of my personal friends, as in my ndị nọ m na-arụ ma ndị mụ na fa si Asia bata. We all camped in Onitsha. Ha niile kampụrụ na Asaba ka nna Asaba afa kampụrụ. The governor of Anambra State is the if you say he's doing nothing, you're glorifying him. There is no governor in Anambra State. I'm telling you the truth. People are randomly picked up and they pay money on a daily basis. What if Anambra State? You understand? What if that is it is so worse. Their head office in Anambra State. And people are saying nothing. Ngwano, Asigogo, release this man. Let us know. Obuno, this man na cause this thing. Let's know. The solution. My brother has spoke. Before the last speaker, that the local vigilante, if we can override the government of Anambra State, let each community, as in villages should, in diaspora, should start sponsoring their local security with their own funds. That is the only way. Anybody but okay, this guy made a better Mamia Zenko. If the and when not less than 1,000 security personnel on ground, that the Zenko na come here. Everybody that came there came with his own personal security. Watching the moto no keta now, BUS bata, burumoto yi, chara bata, age buli, makatu kan na waga ge burugi. Abara monitor kamfo, ndị na-erere m afịa, watching the meremo, keke kambara, keke, ifenyi bu slippers, eyim slippers, yiri short knicker, were polo, yiri, buru okpu, as in, I dress him ala. I dress like a madman. Can we keep back on the chabe poa? Apakiri moto muna Asaba. I dare not enter with my car on it. That is how bad it is. Anybody that is doing well on it, they will carry you and nobody would come. And what I got there, nobody can now they will carry you. The policemen are not there to save you. Every village should institute their own security. Every village, as in anyone of diaspora, should fund these people. Soludo is nowhere in Anambra State. Soludo were born no. And whatever Soludo no, Eburu mother 9 the right day in Anambra. Do you even the media, And do you know the worst thing? The media is not even reporting if for Anambra State. As in, that is how worse it is. You cannot hear na Channels TV or Arise Anambra State. It is not reported. But on a daily basis, Anambra State. People are being carried. Galagos, the whole hotel Ninaja, Okota is filled up with this year abroad bata. And the people who see Anambra State, Neja Fu, Ndibeha, Batara from Udoibu, na Lagos. Asaba is filled up. You cannot see a land of 5 million na Asaba town, Keta, as I'm talking to you. Go and quote me anywhere.
Even 5 million. We are equal to 25
Quote
million.
me anywhere. You can have 4 and 5 million or 10 million na Asaba. Quote me anywhere. I have a also. What you name? I got my shop on it. Adam corner, even a boy that glass now drew my sales girl. Get quiet bifenka. I dressed him corner like a madman. Just to disguise myself. Just to disguise myself. I think I couldn't even drink bottled water. Pure water kangaroo. Pure water kangaroo. Pure water mango for over how many years? I was drinking pure water in a shop. I was just to disguise myself. Me porn on it. That is how bad it is. Go to GRA. Okuhana 8 o'clock. You got a phone maduni low. The whole of Anambra Nine. You got the whole of Onitsha. You got half maduni low at 8 o'clock. Governor Soludo is the worst thing that have ever happened to Anambra. Is the worst thing. Worst. People should start to fund these local vigilantes. That is the only way. And we'll go towards all. And we'll go towards all. I am ready. I'm chairman and the Mbukobosi. I am ready. Organize these people. I can organize my friends. Kaisi Butai and Mbukobosi. We will fund your security. Yeah, we will fund your security. People should do the same thing. Let's help ourselves. As in, and okay, man, what you remember, man? I know this non-state actors say be rebel. Hanas na ebu we are talking na ya chọrọ ka ndị abịa ya chọrọ ka obodo ọma anyị bịa Biafra bịa. You give these guys guns, non-state actors. Now they have turned and turned against their own people. This is the problem. Manudodi. Na wakile mkambadi eba Hi Jesus. Kambadi eba.
One Butwa, we can only you can't really express the feeling. Imagine you drove to a place to see friends. We're gonna achieve boogie. Some people have never really been in a situation where their life is being threatened. Probably not gonna such situation. You understand why we do what we do.
Wait, let me tell you. The boy sent in this message. The boy that sent me this message was a boy. A boy I helped. Just and I'm the first week in Bata Korea, the first morning in Rotana, he told me, Biko, Nana Chime me operation, Biko no, the I sent him 200,000. That boy, he was in that crowd. Egweri Mundineba Hamanya, how do like 70 boys? I'm telling you, how do I paid for all their drink. Or send them, nah, no come here again. They won't carry you. I swear to God, don't come here again. They won't carry you. Ejima bane pa kia ibum na GRA on it. Nadie. That is how bad it is.
Because iwe when I go come back quickly. Because you send the Elumu location that beer palo to my DM. Oh, can we now populate my map? Oh, thank you.
All right. Bellamy.
I haven't
Nah,
spoken
I can
about.
only
I haven't spoken about.
stand up. You will speak next, but just hold on 1 second. Bellamy, the truth is, in terms of sponsoring the or supporting the local vigilante, there are caliber of arms they cannot necessarily have. And I manage some of these boys in MFA, well, capacity in terms of ammunition, the vigilante, Mwero. And that was why someone like me now suggests, again, when inducement or encouragement, we can work with the law enforcement. You can, based on your community and the fed around you, it's something we will discuss extensively on this on Saturday. How this thing can be worked out. I will also think, and Wag, I believe you will be here with us on Saturday so that we can, and I will try to bring in more people, armed forces across the world and security intelligence, so that we can have these, conversations, what we need to be doing as a community. And I need to be sure whether local vigilantes in Wiggle, the authority to carry AK-47. I'm not sure, so I can't really speak on that. Maybe in the space here, where that information, I would like you to tell us if local vigilantes can.
No, they are not. They are not
If
allowed
No,
to.
only pump action. Only pump action.
Okay.
And even with the pump action, You cannot.
20
typical.
rounds. 20 rounds.
I think it's 15 actually. Onye buzikwa 20, but in fact you can tag them as a non-state as well. But you can't differentiate between 20 and 15 when you look at it. But ideally, I think it's only 15 they're allowed to carry, and that's 14 on the magazine, and then 1 in the chamber, to make it 15. So that's what they are
Okay.
allowed to carry.
Okay. So you see that Obuno Onyebu only 14 rounds, 15 rounds pump action. Onyebu AK-47. The power abroad the same. It's not the same power, right? And the non-state actors are the pump action. So you cannot necessarily, try to, I'm not against, empowering and inducing local vigilante, but I think we also need to do with the law enforcement, because so far, Bonde Malo, these guys, I can guarantee you they know them. I can guarantee you they can easily track them. I can tell you that. What they need is that push. Are we supposed to be the people to be talking about this? No, yeah, if a government took us in, but then government is not, just like you said, it's non-existent. Anambra State in terms of security. And what other can we for where field day. In fact, it even appears like bro into the business are even now in the business because they know nobody will stop them. And that's the concern we are having now. Bro ni anya fia ada agazi. We can no chebo no mazi ye bido maybe fene abateke. Because it appears like if an because the thing did too much. What is it too much? So it's something that we'll talk more. For the guy into where that intelligence and not into security intelligence. I would like people to join us on Saturday. We'll discuss extensively all day. On Saturday, we'll start around 10 a.m. till like evening, so that we can dissect the whole thing, what we need to do as we wind down this insecurity in Anambra State. Let's quickly move the mic so that we can bring some other people up. If you're on a mic and you want to speak, we'll like your hands up, and if not, I might have to send you down to bring up people and literally contribute to the conversation. Let's move to where is this my brother that wanted to speak that
Oh,
time? Stand up.
yeah. Thank you.
Stand up. Go ahead.
Watching
Yeah.
Abelo, thank you so much. I am so impressed with all the ideas that is coming up on this forum. It's been very reaching. I can name everybody that has contributed. You know, one thing I just want to say a few things, right? So I know just picking up from the last things that we just talked about. I know Imago, people are not allowed to carry pump action above 15 rounds. People are not allowed to carry AK-47. That is local vigilantes and all whatnot, right? Mana, Madu Zulu bread, Madu Jelonafia Zulu bread. Before you say Jack Robinson, I can go around the person, warrior fuel, well, not I have to buy your energy or pump action, but has committed something even much worse. You have to go. So what I have observed is that oh no, and this is also a reflection of government. You have to go. People I feel in Cali, we abuse our powers. The same way police now abuse their powers when they see civilians. You understand? So I believe from that now, when it is in a situation where your fundamental human rights, your security as a human being is being threatened, that now discussion of whether may be permitted or now it's not permitted should be coming up. But that is on a different level, right? I believe that everybody needs to do what they need to do to protect themselves. Every community needs to do that. Community policing vigilante is not a new thing. P2B used it and used it effectively. So, right after this 2023 election, I really participated in it from my own end, even though I wasn't in Nigeria there, but I made a lot of effort. This country is definitely on a wrong trajectory. I now gathered a couple of Ndibai. You have to go. We started thinking of Nigeria Maga forward. At least Ali Igbo, we can do something about it. We spent 3 months thinking about these things and came up with some proposals. But when I stepped back and looked at the proposal, Obolona, here they propose is similar to having a pseudo government. In fact, some of the projects I see that we keep I see that my government we can see that we are not allowed to do these things. They're going to, so our major issue Apollo government at the end of the day is that it looks as if we are actually trying to tackle the issue the wrong way. I executive jeep, I executive generator. We're not tackling the issue. The issue is politics. Soludo is a professor. He is not a dullard. He knows what is happening. Either by omission or commission, he knows why he is keeping quiet. Oh, we can put on with something to gain from this. You know his position during that 2023 election. Maybe this is part of his game to secure whatever from the federal government or whoever is in the party that is currently in power. You have to go. So Ludo knows exactly what is happening. He is not a dullard. He knows what he needs to do. He's just not doing it. So our focus should actually be on politics. How do we change this guy? Because we can all individually come up with different solutions, but it will never be as effective as getting right government that listens to the people. We need to send a petition, send a strongly worded petition to Soludo. We voted you into power. You have failed in these places, in these areas. We need you to fix it. If you don't fix it, we will hold you accountable come the next election. Simple and short. Leaders need to understand that they will have to account for their actions, for their stewardship. And where they fail, they will be held accountable. The problem is that we are always, most of the time, we avoid the problem. We start looking for alternative solutions. The problem right there is that of politics. I will not call name or give any suggestion about name, but that is just the reality. Soludo, is he expected to win the next election? Of course. Ogabu by vote? Of course not. Are we going to allow it? That is the question. If we do not make these leaders feel accountable, they will never change. Soludo will come and go. The next person that will come, do whatever they like and go. The problem will persist. We the people, Nigerian politics, this is our own state. Look at what is happening in the Enugu state. All you need is somebody when they will to do the right thing. No matter any solution that you come up with, only one or somebody where they will to do the right thing, we are going nowhere. So the core issue is around politics. You think Soludo cannot do it? You think he cannot do it? You know? But all the suggestions that have come up here are fantastic suggestions. When I go for where somebody that has been taking care of a policeman got betrayed by that policeman. So, in as much as we have fantastic solutions, or the system, we need to fix that system. And that system, government. So, as long as we avoid talking about politics, this is our solution. All the solutions we are going to come up with is going to be very difficult. As long as we avoid talking about politics, we need to let the people that we have voted for know that they are failing us. Send them a strongly worded letter. Suggest to them what to do. That is why they are government. That's why we elected them. And if they do not listen to us, it's okay. We need to do what we need to do to protect ourselves today. But come election day, We will vote them out and we will stand and defend our votes. So that Anambra State, I want to run the JW. If they want to do anything in other places, they can, but not in Anambra State. You understand? So the problem at the national level has now come down to even to our villages. In Anambra State, and a Goku governor, and I say, it's Anambra North, Anambra South. What is all this nonsense? Anapomaka East from the south or from the north of Nigeria, Mother Igbo president. If somebody be competent, when somebody be competent, we shouldn't be talking about this kind of nonsense. Bulugo dysfunctionality, Nigeria dysfunctionality. We put that down to our villages. All these things, I'm in the US. Most of these things we are talking about, I don't know when they get implemented here. All people not locally, not on ground. But you'll find if you go to the local places, the local villages, the local WhatsApp forums, and I call it nonsense, politics, left, right, and center. People looking for money. Power, people are able to be playing politics around, and they leave the core issues of state. So, seriously, I just feel that we are avoiding the real issue, which is politics. We need to talk about politics. We need to send letters to the people who are governing us and petitions and let them know that they're not doing well. And we need to hold them accountable. Thank you so much. I yield the mic. Oh, Jesus.
All right. Thank you. Stand up. I don't know if you have been joining us and if you were here 4 days ago when we were joined by the Commissioner for Information Anambra State. And maybe before I go further, maybe you don't know Soludo. Ndị be anyị na-akpọ ya eze onye agwanam. If you have had people that try to reach out to the man, you will know that the man is something next to a beast. He doesn't listen to anybody. In fact, it feels like all his cabinet members are illiterate. Anybody you see defending him online is just doing that, at his own, whatever. Not for Soludo. Even what Anambra News, there's a handle since he came, Anambra New Media. Whatever that they post on that handle is being controlled by Soludo. That's how controlling he is. That he doesn't have. In fact, once he sees you that you are not a caliber of person that has the academic, qualification or standard and the kind of money that he will respect, he's not going to listen to you. He doesn't have no access to him. And that's why we are seeing what is going on with other, southeastern states. Or they can well anything special that is going on. No, Mba is open to meet people. That is modern government. You should be open to meet young people. Listen to them. Listen to what they need. Because what on about the future? You are going actually on about the future. So you need to open up and be receptive enough, with these people. But you don't do that. Abia State is open, having access to people. Emma, I don't want to reveal something. So I wish Anambra first on at this space. He would have been in a better position because we had that conversation before. People that want to invest something in Anambra State, let me just, tell you the vague story. And they try to reach out to Soludo. If you see the way Soludo treated these people, I don't want to go there. Like I said, I used to host more of financial and business space. So I have a little bit of information on the kind of gaga-ness. You won't believe Nonya, a professor of economics. So you writing a petition from Twitter, I can guarantee you, he will fling it away. Because he's actually, from what we have discussed here, we've been here for the past 4 hours. He's actually taking advantage of this whole thing, and it appears he wants to use that for his, political gains for the next election. Obviously, he won an election with less than 150,000 votes. Anambra State wasn't this bad, and then you think now that we have this level of insecurity that he's going to win with up to 100,000 votes. When we come only 20,000, he doesn't care because people will even be scared to come out. And when any opposition now be anything because you man be visit Anambra market buluge. Have you been this year book election? Have you seen anybody talking about election? Talking about
Valentine
it.
Ozibo has been on the
Valentine is not even serious. If he's listening to this place, he's not serious. I don't know whether he really intends to run or maybe, I don't know. But he's not serious. And whether he's not a strong contender as far as we are concerned. Because if not, he would have actually intensified his efforts. How many times do you see his tweets or anything engaging in anything? Nothing. He has access to, to the youth social media platform. He should maximize it. We're not seeing him. Go to his page. Oh, no, 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 like this, opposed to one, next to opposed to Ebendo Kanem. Nothing going on in Anambra State. He's not intensifying anything. I'm sorry, maybe I might be wrong, but he's not. I might be wrong. He was on one of Igbo Spaces money show. I think it was on Sunday or Saturday. I think it was on Saturday, and I wasn't on that space because the timing, conflicts with my own, work schedule. So I wasn't there, but I know he was. I saw the flyer, and that was it. Jenna Page, yeah. I'm not saying things out of ordinary. He's a good guy. I believe probably he would have done better or something differently. But so who is actually a strong contender now? I guess okay, this is the person that the youths, or this new age need to stand behind, and nobody what insecurity na Anambra na tukudo onye ọbụla ụjọ ọgụnwa ya chepụta ọgụnwa ga-apụta. You can't come out. So ndị nke nwa ji ego eji chọbụ ịpụta before na agwa gị na Anambra State election or political post na dị very hot. Now the big wigs, the family of SL, Nandia, nobody's even saying anything again. Because that is the thing. So why is he so unconcerned? So is it that okay, he's trying to use it? That was my hypothesis for this space before we started. I said probably using that for political gains, so that nobody will contest and then he will just win with less than maybe less than 20,000 or less than 50,000 votes, and he will just freely because nobody's coming out. The person that would have actually been a very strong contender passed away. Ifeanyi. Obviously, onye ọbụla maalụ ya na the loggerhead on the name with late Ifeanyi. Everybody knows that. What is the issue? Because of what Ifeanyi did in Nnewi, it became a problem. So for you to see Nonya Abro, somebody accessible. Otu Noketa, you can't access Soludo. Sydney is here. Oh, he's sympathizer. More and more SSA to Minister Commissioner for Information, of which when he gets to him, I'll ask him. Because Commissioner came here and we are asking, we wanted to engage him on ASEAN. They are still planning to have Operation Udogache, Udogade. I don't know what they call that. Operation Udogache. They are going to mount CCTV cameras and have a monitoring room that is not something that he will share with us. It's a classified information. We're going to be further classified about mounting cameras and having a situation room. Is it or the hid in Enugu State? Or ever kind of na Jack working on well access to even to the situation room. The cameras in Enugu State say from AI to be able to zoom somebody no over 10 kilometers away. In Anambra State, Naga. This is someone that's been in government for over 3 years now. Enugu State governor has been there for just barely 1 year. And we're saying this thing. The fact that Ibido operation Udogache, now they will put cameras. What are you talking about? What are you saying? We wanted to engage Professor Lomefo, Commissioner for Information. But I seen a connection and then he want to go and come back. And he disappeared. The man never came back. And I heard that eventually he later hosted a space with Ndana Brondibo to push an agenda. So they know what they're doing. Why are you running away from this space? Come and engage us. Want to ask you a question. What are you doing for people now? Because we're talking about, community involvement and all of that, helping the law enforcement. Ndị nke na-akpọkwanụ police akpọ, ndị nke na-report, this is what is going on. We know where they are. What is police telling them? We have cases. Last week, someone came here. Sydney, mute your mic. Someone came here last week and was telling us what happened. Yeah, welcome up. I'm open a speaker. You will come back. If you want to speak, you come up, request a mic. When you come, mute your mic. I will call you to speak, please. Deso came here and narrated his ordeal on what he went through in the hands of people that nearly killed him because they shot him twice. They shot him at first. Those people came back again and shot him again, thinking he's dead. The guy miraculously survived. And then he vowed that he's going to, catch those people. No gauge Jelelenda. He got information, called Nigerian police. He has to deposit. The guy called how much. In fact, if you go back to that space, last week we had that space. If you listen to it, that Obiga Bowage. Obiga Baligi. Anambra State, as we speak, enwero tracking system. Mana the commissioner be here. Na I said, oh, na Anambra nwele ya. But then this was telling us now when the police was tracking, no Enugu state government. Ka akpọrọ Enugu state ka akpọ awe track ya mala ebe ndị anọ based on their phone. Akpọzia ndị police no kasif okay na information enwete from Enugu tracking system na ebe ndị anọ. Now move. I know you have to na nwere ego. Like when you hear these things, isi achọ ịgbalị. So this is not a person that is easily accessible. I'm not saying these things based on no money. These things are recorded. These things are out there. The story. If you go to, I think his name is Dike Deso Dike. Go to his page. Just type this name Deso Dike. You will see where he talked about it, or just go and listen to the space. So Sulu that brought somebody the opera a professor. The go na yeli. Onera aganya feel like you are not in that caliber where he would engage you and all of that. With I like jollof rice with plantain. If you can't give him that, then you are just wasting your time. So what do we do in the face of negligence by the government?
So,
So are we going to just lie like this and then go ahead so that we can move the mic?
no, so Ima, initially, I mean, what I was trying to say is that the solution actually lies in politics. So you mentioned that Onwaro Onyebo that is able to rival, but I tell you, about Anambra State need another diaspora to go support all the next best candidates. Soludo will be in for a surprise. You have to go. Makana, Obuna I tackle this problem through politics. I don't really see because I need to see how we can actually propose a viable solution that will actually work. You have to go because at the end of the day, all local government, like you rightly said, yeah, I know about local government. So open the government the right thing that we need to do is to change the person in charge. That's it. So the question is how? You have to go. We will see the political system is kicking up, but whoever is the next best person that we think can, bring about these changes that we need in our communities and our society, we need to back the person fully. We need to put our money where our mouth is. This is my own because if we say, oh no, that means we are giving up, and if we are giving up on the main problem, which is politics, then on for any solution is like it profile. I don't really see how it's going to work. But this is my own candid opinion. I may be wrong, but this is what I think.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, my brother. The issue is that someone like me would like to know, like I've said, from the body language, Val, I was thinking that we're going to see an intensified effort, for visibility and, seriousness, not just, no. Once in a while, you talk about something. No. Bro, if you have election year, right? I was thinking for some level of seriousness, intensity, but I'm not seeing it. So maybe not from my own perspective, but I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry. Open on a space here. Maybe his online aides are here. We are not open a val actually contest. Let him say it. Or because name will on yours, but because for now, and what any content, what any strong contender, unfortunately. And from what we are saying, what we are seeing, if the man will just return to Aguaka with less than 50,000 votes, unchallenged. Because with this level of insecurity, the whole of here local government will not cast their votes. But continue like this. Here local government. Kedu ka ndị ihe ala Okija, Uli, Lilu, Osumowu, ndị a niile wee banye n'ime onye eje ebe a ibule copper yebu voting material JDS in Nigeria to election. So what it means is that they will disenfranchise and nothing will happen. So it's a serious issue. So like I Soludo, why is he unconcerned and only use it for, as a political, weapon so that he can own access to return. So it's something to ponder. But while that is going on, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Because they're accessible. Ndị ọ na-akwụ ụgwọ online, what they are after bidding up mad. I see all his SSAs When you talk about something, mediocre project and just lack of seriousness, they will tell you, oh, keep crying. Just more like if the APC and run on them, they will tell you keep crying. Then when we amplify and talk about what Mba is doing and what he's doing in Anambra State, Febiro converse, why are you convulsing? So we shouldn't appreciate what Mba is doing in Enugu State that is actually, seem like he's serious. He might not be perfect, but he's serious. Of which the next month we'll focus on Mba. Next month is for Enugu State. We'll keep going like that. X-ray everything going on. Or when can access to not a government site or somebody we talk about them online. Open any they call it out. I call it out. Don't want to go so that's what we're doing. So stand up that you think that we can bring on this space as a serious contender for Anambra State election. Nah, tell us or just tell me. Come to DM. I will
Uh,
reach out to the person. Then you
uh,
invite my space. Kaima looking at why is the person talking now?
Chief, I want to do you.
No, I,
Ajay, you're
I,
welcome.
I want to do you, Chief. Can clarify that Ajuju? Because I think subconsciously you've made
Okay, go
me.
ahead.
I think duty here now is to clarify a couple of things. People are marrow because it will be good for us to be sensitized. If we don't take anything away from here, at least let's be sensitized. Let's understand the dynamic of things. The last guy that spoke mentioned about insecurity being political. 100% is political. And I will elaborate on that with two things. The first thing is that the fact that there is an insecurity in a particular state of Nigeria, they get something, an allocation from the government. I think it's called a security levy or something. So what happened was that or this year, all the knock are oil producing states, you know. So, opposing and insecurity add on at your state, you're probably not getting as much as on your and they kidnap or people na all sorts of things in their state. So the government of states actually started like making it a monetary form of situation where they get allocation from the government. So that could be an angle. We could be seeing a situation where he's being allowed to keep happening so that the government of the day is getting that allocation. And the more noise, the more situations we have, obviously, the more money they can ask from the government. Then the second angle is, like I mentioned before when I was talking, you know, during the election, what happens is that every election in Nigeria, prior to the election, and then where influx of arms, and ammunition that could go into non-state actors. And you bring us people everywhere. You put an ass in your sponsor for out. You do it when I gaga. What AK-47. It's as simple as. So what then happens is that these guys are funded with these ammunition and get a lot of money to, mobilize to hopefully win the election for the person. After the election, they are left to rot. Omike onye ha sponsor onye ha wụrụ ọrụ ọ bụ na onye ahụ ewinyeghị. They are left to now fend for themselves. So, and the arms harbor cannot be recalled. So they start using this to, perpetrate these actions. How do I know this? By the story I told you guys earlier, the SLU story, where a particular car, vehicle, AGM election, a particular double barrel gun they use during election now. I tracked the serial number and it's been used on series of kidnaps, And also, these guys actually loan each other these arms. And we can have another group now. We can open a hand where they can easily loan from the other people. So that touches, on that political setup. Also, to pinpoint it to that incident in Kolunu made the last time I was in Enugu around February last year. I had a meeting with a couple of my friends because I grew up in Enugu, even though I'm an Anambra boy, but I grew up in Enugu. And I was hanging out with a couple of my friends. Some of them are now in the government. especially in Ebonyi and Enugu. And prior to that meeting, where somebody from my village found out 4 years ago what my job is, they contacted me and asked me if I'm able to come back and train the vigilante in my village. I explained to them that I'm not able to do that because I'm still on active duty, and the only thing I can do is maybe sensitize the community, when I come down on a few little things, how to protect themselves and, look after themselves. But fast forward that to the meeting I had, or rather, hanging out with my friends in Enugu. One of them is from Ebonyi. Two were from Anambra, and one from Enugu State. So you can see the diversification of the Southeast state and the representation. So while we are talking, I told them about a proposal that I'm willing to give to any government of any state, in the sense of CCTV setting up, etc., etc. I remember go Kumaya, Ekuchaya, we talked about it and I went about each other's ways. Couple of weeks later, Onyenke Ebonyi State, my friend in our with government Ebonyi State contacted me. I said, "Na biko no, we can get that proposal. Ko bolo beautify a roundabout. Na government, na governor Ebonyi State interested in beautify a roundabout around that Eba Alo, Eba Sinalo Airport. Actually, in the wrong way, beautify a roundabout. So now, on with the project, and get darling, I'm sure that is not my forte. I will be misleading if I double into what I'm not able to, produce. And that was it. Anambra did not say or come back with anything. We didn't talk really. But what happened was that the guy from Enugu, that works with Enugu State government, actually contacted me, and said that they had this idea of CCTV installations in Enugu, and they've already given the contract out. So they are not trying to propose for me to get the contract, but they would love me to assist to do the mapping, like the security mapping of it, which is the map and point places in Enugu, strategic places they think the CCTV camera will be very effective, And I was quite impressed that on all these people, no, Enugu be here, government of Enugu State be here, they're interested. So I went to work, and as luck we have it, Enugu, primary school, secondary, university, everything was in Enugu State. So I know Enugu like the back of my hand. So I did that mapping, that CCTV and Kumakia now, I wasn't involved in the control room set of things or the equipment, just so we're clear. But the security mapping of, installation, I did it. So this brought up, I think, rather answers the question, Unojo. I hope whether or Nasoludo Adro interested, corner, what is his agenda. So I hope he answers the question that, first of all, is political in the sense that, they are using it to amass, a lot of money from the federal government. And secondly, he might not be, really interested in the sense that, he wasn't interested when the proposal was tendered out. So to buttress what Chief Fuku na Soludo Bezo na Agwanam. So I hope I've answered the question, guys. I yield.
All right. Thanks, Wag. Let's move the mic forward. Vin Oti, engineer. Vin, are you here?
Yes, I am. And they were watching them, and they were Happy New Year.
Happy New
Full disclosure, I'm in Nigeria, so I've been here for the past 2 weeks now. 2 weeks today, so I want more information than what I have back there in US because I've been in the village and moving around. Being somebody where I would say that I know a governor. I found it very difficult for for anyone to believe that Soludo Enweghị solution to the problem of insecurity in Anambra State. I found it very, very difficult for someone like me to believe that. However, the dimension insecurity in take on Nigeria as a whole and Southeast in particular, all the very difficult for if you make a projection for future, all the very scary, in the sense that ogala beyond just what the barrel of gun can solve. Um, I nwere a lot of issues. Somebody could about the vigilante here, which has been a very topical and recurring decimal in this discussion. And enwere a very bad experience with the vigilante setup. Uh, late, I think late 1990s. I wouldn't even you could recall then watching them that Naba. And with these people are Bakassi group, Naba. They came under, I think that was they were there before Abacha died, and then they came under when Ojius Okalo was the governor of Abia State. It was when we had a lot of insecurity as well in Aba, killings, looting, robbery, and so on and so forth. These vigilantes were constituted in Aba. They were given a mandate. But there's one thing that is peculiar with Nigeria, not just in Igbo, not just in East. Every time, everywhere in Nigeria, that ndị Igbo na-asị ọwụhụ inye enwe mmanya wụ mkpa, ọwụ ịnata ya nkuku. When you give anybody in authority here in Nigeria shows up, and the only way you can show that you have authority is to brutalize people. So this Bakassi set of people, first they were going about, curbing armed robbery in Aba, and to a large extent because their modus operandi was jungle justice. When they catch you, they take you to the Borough Pit opposite Ariara, and then they'll just behead you in pieces, and kind of mutilate your body. That was their modus operandi then. So people became very scared, and a lot of people retrieved to their cocoon. But after some time, the Bakassi have gotten to a point where there is no much armed robbers to really catch. They started getting into family affairs. You know, when a woman, the idea when a bedroom issue, they'll go to Bakassi. Bakassi started, brutalizing the same people they came around to defend in the first place. They get involved into land issues. In fact, Bakassi built a cell now. They built a cell and they started extortion. They became a part of political pressure group or political tools, it got to a point where Bakassi, in a burial, you have to go pay Bakassi before. So you find out that the reason why these people were constituted in the first place, they have outlived their mandate, and now they are getting into so many other things. So that it took, I think it took the federal might to disband that Bakassi. And even at that, many of them left with gun. And you know what it is in Nigeria today? Anybody that has a gun in Nigeria today is a criminal. Be it army, be it police, be it SSS, be it anything. Anybody that has gun today in Nigeria is a criminal. I drove from my PA drove me here from Port Harcourt to my village. On our way, just Port Harcourt Harbour Road, there were a lot of checkpoints here. The army checkpoints, the army here, between Obibo to Asa, to Ngweyekwe, to Aba, to enter my village, Omoro, and so forth and so on. I count from more than 15 checking points for the army. Police were all over. You can just see them as you move. But what are they doing? Including the Nigerian army, they have delegates, they have civilians who collects money for them. I was going through a road to my village. Then I saw this anti-terrorism group that they wear red. I saw one of them was at the middle of the road. So I hid my face and he was talking to my PA. What do you get for us now? What do you get for us? And he was like, my papers are complete. So I beg, find out something. So I was a little bit agitated because the guy was putting on a bedroom slippers at the middle of the road. This is supposed to be an anti-terrorism fighter. He was at the middle of the road with bedroom slippers, with the gun hanging at the back. So my PA told him that we don't have change. He said, I get change. I was triggered. I pulled my friend. I said, my friend, what are you doing? He looked through the window, and then he looked at me. He said, Honorable, are you? I said, yes. What are you doing? with slippers. You are begging money with slippers. The guy was explaining to me that I should be happy that he is even wearing these slippers, that what has happened to him, that his boss is also there. So happy that he can even stand. He started narrating his story, At a point, my PA just gave him 200 naira and we left. So what I'm telling you in essence is that the criminality, both those guys who are disguising to be Yahoo boys and who are actually ritualists, are working with police. Road safety is doing the same. The situation in Nigeria is collapsed. I'm telling you the truth. Is totally collapsed. It's not something that you think that the vigilantes will be able to solve. I don't think so, but I'm not against that. It has gotten to a point that honestly, the solution for me, I had a very lengthy discussion with a business associate who stays in Abuja, who was narrating the ordeal of kidnapping, destruction of his projects, a real estate mogul. We had more than 2 hours discussion before I joined this space. The problem is the same. Everybody is running away. For me, it is difficult because I was born here. I grew here. I know the street. I've been kidnapped 3 times, and it was every one of them was in that Aba Azix. And the one onye Hausa, owu ndị Igbo, owu ndị Anambra, owu ndị Ngwa like me. So what we're saying is that the culture we have in Nigeria today is deadly. And more so, watching Emere, somebody reached out to me today and asked me to continue to speak on this topical issue, which I've been an advocate for. You see, this boy called this morbidly obese boy called Cubana chief priest have really done numbers in the society. I came home last week, so I was going around to greet the elders, to greet people, going through the village track road. I saw a group of boys between the children between the ages of 6 to 8. Some of them cut this paper, their size books. They cut it into the size of money, and some of them who doesn't have use a size book, they cut some leaves, and they were spraying each other. Money na water, money na water, money na water. These are children between the ages of 6 and 8. They are throwing this paper on each other and shouting, money na water, money na water, money na water. Watching a minute, is money water? Because this culture of stupid show of affluence is destroying the fabric of Nigeria, not just in Igbo land, it's across Nigeria. I woke up this morning with a very horrifying, very, very, very horrifying news that a gospel singer in Abuja beheaded his own girlfriend and had his body mutilated in the quest for what? To be on a red carpet, to be able to rent or fly a private jet. Is that the level we have degenerated to? Where human life worth nothing in Nigeria. And you talk about when you arrest these people, you call police. Let me tell you, you just mentioned it. I waited patiently because everyone that has spoken here has spoken well. You just mentioned it. If anything, God forbid that you have any problem in Nigeria, be it in hospital, be it with police. In fact, you rather just don't go to police if you have a problem because they will capitalize on it. They are not ready to help. Nigeria is transactional. You see, this enclave we call a country is finished. I am telling you, is finished. The fabric of this country has been destroyed, and every one of us are culpable. Every one of us are playing a part, by commission or by omission. And we think that one person will just come around and change it. It's difficult to change this. The only way. Last time when we are running for this obedient movement, I had a very good section with Peter Obi in North Carolina. And I told him, I said, the only position I would take in this government is National Orientation Agency. That is where we need to go back. We need to start changing the psyche of our people because this whole thing is destroyed. There is no magic. If we are thinking about a country, a better tomorrow, right? The better tomorrow are our own children. They are the better tomorrow. And these people we are thinking that will make Nigeria better are even more vicious than we are. Because I can't imagine myself at the age of 8, At the age of 8, when anybody gives me money, I bring it home to my mother. I bring it home to my father. I don't know what anybody that gives you anything, first you run to your parents and show it to them. 50 years later, men, children this day, they will stop you on the way. The first thing they will ask you is money. Oh, Honorable, find out something now. We need joy. Honorable, do us joy. So this thing is, these children there's no mentor this time around. When we were growing up, we had people that we look up to. We had people that we want to be like them, and because we want to be like people like this, we go closer to them. We want to know how to be able to be engineers. We want to know how to be able to be lawyers. We go on errand to them. We learn from them. We dress like them. We speak like them. We go to church and watch how they behave. Today, who do we have? These little children today, who are their mentors? Their mentors are Obi Kubana. Their mentors are Flavor. Spreading money and water, throwing money up and down. It's a very big problem. So the Anambra situation can be curbed. I moved around all through in Abia State. There was no police with me. There was no government detail with me. I was just going. In fact, I was televising. I was announcing where I was going, announcing people meet me so place. Let's eat in about something like that. There was no. The temperature in Abia State is calm. I'm not singing the praises of the governor, but for some reason, he's been able to calm the situation in Aba. People are moving freely in the night everywhere. I drove from our house to close to a hotel in Aba for me to get to Port Harcourt earlier, because yesterday was no movement. So I wanted to leave early to be able to go. All through night, around 10 o'clock, we went through the track road and drove through all Lungwa Road and to the hotel. And my brother, I was nobody on the road. Those were the kind of places I was kidnapped in the first place. So what I'm saying is that the government is not oblivious of what is happening. It's the political will to be able to tackle it. I will be a very wrong person to for some reasons, which is known to some people, to outrightly condemn Soludo. But I think most people that have spoken here about Soludo, they are right. He is a man, even before the politics. I had a little connection with him during Jonathan when I was with the government. This is a very, is the Onyagwalam. Anybody that said that here knew him. He's always Onyagwalam, Obu Alpha and Omega. It's written on his demeanor, it's written on his, but you cannot play that kind of politics with the people of Anambra. You cannot play that kind of politics with people's life. There's an expiring date for every one of us that is living in this planet Earth. We're not going to live here forever. So if we understand that we're not going to live here forever, we will be able to manage and comport ourselves in a manner that we are on transit. Some people are living on Earth like this is it for them. No, it's not. I don't know anybody here on this space. We're up to 100 and something here on this space that doesn't have a grave in their compound. I don't know if anyone. If there's a grave, if you have a grave in your compound, know that one day you and I won't be speaking on this space. But what are we leaving behind? Chaos, anarchy, destruction of children. It's like the algorithm we know. A certain step by step to get to a particular to get to a particular function, step by step that you take to have something to perform. It's like Kaizen, spontaneous but gradual aspect of changing things. These our children, the fundamentals of psychic of our children has been gradually but spontaneously rewired by us, by show of affluence, by look at the young girls today. The younger guys today can no longer freely express affection or love to younger girls. And you look at our girls today, where everything is monetized. Oh, a guy, you must pay me 5 million a month for me to be your girlfriend. Is this the kind of society we're having? We're just looking at this on one end, and this morbidly obese Kobana chief priest is going about putting so much pressure on the younger one. How would they be able to cope with all these pressures we are mounting on them? These are the problems. So Nigeria is a jungle. Nigeria is not a zoo. It's a jungle. Dog eat dog. cat eats anything you can grab. That is what we have in this country. So it's a very big problem that we should start talking about the fundamentals. We should go back to the orientation. We should go to what the military call total rearmament. We should be able to sit human being down again and tell them you're a human being. There's time for this. You have to crawl before you run. You have to do this before you do this. There's steps in life. Try to calm the tempo of people. That because all we see today is money. That is all we see. If somebody can go to the extent of decapitating somebody else, taking a life, something that is sacrosanct, something that is so unique, the thing that God said, this belongs to me. People are decapitating people's body without undermining that these are human beings. These are sons or daughters of somebody. This might be the only child of somebody. In the quest to make money, this same money that we work hard day and night and making penny, and it's the same one that somebody would think that you cut up somebody's head, and then I don't know how that works, but the insecurity in Anambra State is something that the government knows what to do. But I think the political undertone and also the lack of political will is just what is happening. And then the people of Anambra should, what I would advise is that if you can defend yourself, go ahead and defend yourself. Because if you think that the police will defend you, you are wasting your time. Police is doing the same thing. The kidnappers, in fact, they are syndicates. We saw what happened in Kaduna State, where a police commissioner or police inspector or something went to deliver guns to the bandits, and he was rounded up there by other security. This is the country we have seen ourselves. I came back home. Now I saw one upstairs here at the back of my house. The guy who owned that upstairs is a police who comes to my house to fetch water here. All of a sudden, upstairs, what does he do? How much is his salary? Look at him. His satellite is beeping on mine. So we have to, honestly, we have to talk about this, but we also have to go to the fundamentals. Let us start reorientating the mind of our people. That is what we can, if we have to address this problem. If we have to die and our children will have to live in this same village that we grew up today, we have to do this. Otherwise, honestly, people like us will lose our children to this generation will have atatas as children. So this is what I want to my contribution to this. And watching them, I hope that we can come together. I will call Jack on phone. We have come together. We can come together and start talking about the fundamentals again. Because people of our own age or 20s and above, we have lost them. I'm telling you the truth. We have lost it. People don't have track record again. People don't have things to show for what they have. Just sleep in the night, wake up in the morning, you are driving Tesla. You want to be like Jack. You want to be like Vin. Do you know how long it has taken me? Do you know the trajectory? Do you even care to know? So let's talk about this and also talk about the fundamentals so that we'll be able to save at least in the Igbo. Let's start from there. Because this thing will come to a point where I'll Sochinama Abana Neji. Ekele mu ndewo.
All right, Vin. Thank you so much for your contribution. I totally also align with your thoughts. No political will, and Onyobona saying Soludo doesn't know what to do. My brother, I will not agree with you on that one. Okay, for after God, it is government. After God, it is government. And what I call it government? Nobody. What I call it government, provided we still stick with democratic dispensation. Any government that wants to do anything, anywhere, even self, it is just because of non-Welonde, they don't want to step on some toes. Let me put it that way. Maybe there are things they know that we don't know. And that was why, if you remember, that was why a lot of people hated Peter Obi. Peter Obi wasn't perfect. I'm not preaching his message here or anything. But when he was in Anambra State, he had a template. What we're asking Soludo to do, okay, you're a professor. You are well read, more academically exposed than Peter Obi. Just borrow that template and implement it. Just show concern, show seriousness. How can ndị ọbụla bụ ndị ama, ndị ekperima, but Anambra State kafana campus. Soludo Walonia when Anambra State were kidnap value. No Anambra Koga baby kidnap one mother. In Wete Ibutega neck and egg. When you go to other places, in Wete 50,000 in money. What kind of statement is that? A governor. Yeah, yesterday, 2 days ago was Sunday. Or blame where no people living Christianity to menana. So he has excuses. Excuses jungo karo. In fact, also no one time. No one governor. Now he would have loved to do a PhD thesis on. Nah, na for this man on abunu negiente. Do you people feel irritated the way I feel? Obro hatred, not just somebody, where an opportunity to change a state, dare your name. It's not Nandana course if I was in this switch from Woka to Menana. No, ya is quite nice about alam. No, ya wish in your bro governor. Okay, open in a wish in a bro governor. What are you still doing there? That means political office abroad for you. You can as well go back to classroom. Be doing your research and quoting theories, that is not applicable in real life. Even on one thing with theory. Yeah, go chat theory in go until a potana field. If theory different from field. Ndị nọ na military here ga-agwa gị ị ga-amụcha the whole strategy nọ n'ụwa nwanne ịbata n'iru ọgụ nna ifu ka egbe si aga ifu ka mgbe egbe si apịfọ gị na ntị yelo tazịrị ife niile anyị go ife niile anyị kramụcha n'isi gị bụ how to handle enemy nwanne ife ya na-aim bụ na onye ọbụla gba ga-egbalị anya ịghachi clear, and that is the truth. So ọ bụrụ ịdị na-ede lie that history beckon ị na-ede leta idegide leta idejuo ide part 1 ide part 2 na-atọ mmadụ everywhere na Anambra mgbe ha dezikwa history beckon nwa ka anyị gbaranụ ma history a ga-ebekon anyị bekọba onye ọbụla n'ime ụlọ. It's a serious matter, my brother. So as we are winding down, when I work okay, and then if I got then we wind up. So I think for me, the political side, the Mungane Nanya, Obro no political will, not to keep everybody at bay. When you TC, so when you go now is the election, because obviously now based on calculation for you to contest Anambra State election, you spend governorship election is about 4 billion, right? All the expenditures. So you were 4 billion now you get work with this level of insecurity on Anambra State. Would you even want to come there? Would you even want to come there? When at the end of the day, people are afraid, and he's not going to do anything to make sure that security of life and properties more can they youth corpers that will be agents I get used for election. So at the end of the day, I'm projecting. This is my own projection. Now this election, second term, I want to soludo get win. You get win here with less than 50,000 votes, guaranteed, free and fair. Cabron cannot INEC can have free and fair because so only few people can come out at the whole of Anambra State. Only maybe 50,000 people will come out. Above no win the previous one. Insecurity at this level, not based on and they allow these charlatans. I'm saying no election in Biafra land. People not told you webloze and kaketa na atoziato. Ima den bu no threat. Keta bu na atozi. Each and up to 20,000 people you have to election. Oh, but no few make yourself for Meluna 10,000 self a declare a winner. We can't do anything. We have to deal with it. Nke a bụzi ọmgbe aka ya na-eberozi anụ mmadụ na-ata because ọ bụ na ọ dị otu a ka eko ya adịzi na second term ịma na ya nwee nwezi any other thing to prove to you people na ya nọgidezi n'ebe a ntụli ike agwụ unu until nyanwa ike agwụzie nyanwa apụọ. So unfortunately anyị nwere somebody we can call now. Ọ bụ na Val Ozigbo, ọ bụ na Ayaka Nsugbe, ọ bụ na Kerafia Obaze, who can we beckon on? So okay, one now, but I come and be engaging. What do you want to do? Okay, Anambra State is insecurity. The major thing. Equisitional campaign now. Anything now. What do we do? So the only thing we are suggesting here is to find a way to engage the armed forces or the law enforcement now around us, because now and where this opinion that some of them they involved in what is going on. So if there's a way to incentivize them, giving them something to see if they can actually be on the side of the people and do their job, because that's what we're asking. They know where these people are. Wouldn't it difficult for them to track or to locate? They know them. So if we need to incentivize them, or but I want to see me all the government. But what do we do when the person not there doesn't want to help us to do the job? What do we do? So let's move the mic as we wind down. We've been here for the past 4 hours. And we will be here again on Saturday for the next guy, and we'll have a long day. We'll discuss so many things, about this. The security expert. I'll reach out to one or two of them to see if they can join us, as we wind down on this series. And then next week, Gabo, conversation about Ndibo. Um, it will just be one space about Ndibo, Amul outside Anibo or Nde Anazro case was Ndamo na Anibo. But they are not really interested in anything going on in the South. It's a very important conversation for us to have because when I are careful, those people you are criticizing, your kids will be like them. Those people you criticize, oh, they are not involved, their kids are not coming back. Eventually, your own kids will not come back if you don't do anything. So we need to have that conversation. The next month is going to be about Enugu State. So these are important conversations. I'm just putting it out there for anyone interested in what we're discussing and want to follow up on Igbo space. You can key into it and follow us. If you're interested, then we can. We'll go on and continue having this conversation. So, can I get to Oge, then if I Grandmaster and Olusemeka. Oge God. Okay, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Chief. Good afternoon. And
Oh, got it wrong.
Dalu, good afternoon to everyone on the space. And Chief, thank you for what you're doing. The conversations have been robust, and I want to thank Engineer Vin for the submission he made. Engineer, you said something about Ona P2B Mili that you were talking about the orientation agency. Honestly, if ever I'll have to serve under a reasonable government, that's also where I am gunning for, because you were so on point where you said about orientation. You know how you took it from the grassroots. And when I'm talking grassroots, we're talking about the children first, the upcoming generation and what is going on with them. It's so nasty that that point is being left out. The fact that we're having these upcoming ones influenced so negatively, and they are the ones we are leaving the country for eventually when we pass on. So that submission was so on point, and I think it's something that we should really be talking about more. But let me tie it to my major submission before you give your submission. There was someone that spoke before you and the other person, and he was making a lot of sense, in what he was saying. So, Chief, concerning that letter that he was talking about, because when he was done, he said that now, even if you write a letter, Soludo, who doesn't listen to anyone, will simply just toss it in the bin. Fine. Let him do whatever he wants to do with the letter, but let it be on record. Ned Danieli something. Na agwakwala ya sị nekwe ihe achọ, nekwe ihe ndị na-achị chọ. Let it be on record that it was written, because usually when such letters are written, there will be your own copy, right? Let it be on record that we wrote such a letter, it got to him, and he did nothing. Then we can now say, yes, come 2026, right, Abby? Yeah, come 2026, when the elections come. This was our position. You didn't listen, so this is why we want you out. Now, this is where it will take me to the next point I'd want to make. Because based on the general conversations that's held since I came on the space, it's been, if this guy is not going to do what the people want, even though so far so good, we've not seen a strong opposition yet as to who wants to take on the seat after Soludo, or before take on the seat in the next election. But the general conversation is, if Soludo is not giving us what we want, let's get somebody else on that seat that will be able to protect the people of Anambra State as well as govern Anambra State generally. Now, my question would now be, are we looking at what it will take to take him out? Are we looking at what it would cost? Because I remember that the elections in Anambra State, as that was it 2022 or 2021. I remember when that I saw clips. I don't live in Anambra State, man. I followed up the election process and all, and I saw clips that came from our people where they were showing there was one in particular that never leaves my memory, where this particular, there were people on the queue going to cast their votes, elderly people. And then there was this APC person that came with money. I wanted to give, he was willing to buy their votes, and he had 5,000. 5,000 as at that time was a lot of money, especially for somebody that lives in the village. And when he brought out the 5,000, the woman looked at him and said, "Again, or say to nearly APC." She used her hand and pushed him as I say, "Chalum nozo biko ndị APC abụrụ nkai na I got to onye nkai," which was Soludo. And then she went and put her her fingerprint on Soludo. Now there was the thing of the people wanted their own. Onye chokai tunya bụ onye nkai, I got okay, her own statement was APC abụrụ nkai, no abga kai got tunyelu. And she went to put her her finger thumb there. I be her thumbprint there, sorry, So my point is, all the factors that will make people want to bring Soludo back, what are we doing to counter them? There is a thing of Abgabunkai in Anambra State. What are we doing to make sure that people understand that Oburi Abga Buhegazai? Because I'm having to mention, because if you look at what happened in Edo State, it is a place where we need to draw sense on what we need to do for Anambra State come the next election. Ihe Basalo party is very key. And then Ihe Basalo Etu Ochichi si aga around is another key thing. Because I've spoken to one or two persons non Anambra State who watakwu ihe na-eme na Anambra State, and they don't like Soludo. They don't like Soludo, but they're telling me Soludo is going to come back based on Ihe Basalo central or regionally so it is now the turn of Ndi, I think central or something, no Ndi nke Soludo, so Soludo has to come back and finish his 8 years before somebody else. That factor is there. From Edo State, we see that when Labour Party thought that they could put that factor aside and then go, it's not like I was for that factor, but when they thought they could do that, they eventually realized that the factor was standing still with the people, and it couldn't push their own narrative aside. So what are we doing to make our people understand that Obure Basalo Nda Chicha 8 years, Nda Chia 8 years, it has to be competence. It has to be about Oyega Chinwa Chito Chichimma na Anambra State. That's what it has to be. So what are we doing to bring down or pull down that narrative of Nda Chicha, Nda Chia, and to push forward? It has to be a person of competence. It has to be somebody from a competence place again, and not about party. Then what are we also doing to the grassroots to talk about we can pull down the incumbent power? Because there is the power of incumbency. There's the power of Abum governor. I want to come back, and I'm going to do everything possible to come back. What are we doing to let the people know that, see, power belongs to the people, not necessarily to the person that is governor? And then what are we also going to do to make sure that the whole narrative of the federal might does not come into play? Because Nwoke Anakpo Tinubu has vested interest in Anambra State. He is looking for ways to penetrate Anambra and take it over. If we are saying that because Ekwe, ndị mmadụ say Anambra bụrụ Edo State, Anambra bụrụ Lagos, Anambra bụrụ, but what is the plan? The plan anyway to make sure that we are going to fight the federal might, we're going to fight the incumbency, we're going to pull down the narrative of Nda Achicha, Nda Achia, on that Achia, whether he's doing good or not. And we're going to pull down the whole thing of Abga Bunkai, or Nobur Abga will not put anywhere else. We have to be able to have good plans to pull down these narratives. If we are saying that on Soludo Enyerai Haicho, come 2026, we're going to make sure he doesn't come back. But it all boils down to orientation, because if we can get the people to stand, if we are saying Anambra Borough Lagos, Anambra Borough Edo State, what are we doing with our people? The information are passed down to our people. And that is where I will now shift to agree with what Chief was saying. Chief, when you were speaking after Vince spoke, you said something that if it means paying, if it means putting money together to get the security forces to at least begin to protect the people, to do the job. If it means that.
Not necessarily equal forward, but when you finish, I will clear that
All
point
right,
again.
okay. But you were bringing it to the point of if we, the people, have to bring them to the point where they now stand with us. Where I'm coming to with that is, what can we do to also get people to work on the grassroots or work at the grassroots level, both on social media and among our people, to begin to pull down these narratives that I have talked about? Me, I would suggest that if it means paying people, okay, for not to get people that agree with these, with our message, and agree that Anambra can be better for it if we get a better governance, or someone in government in power, right? And then push these people into streets, push these people on social media to hold these narratives, but make sure that they are doing the job because they are on a payroll. Because you see, the thing is, when people have to do this job, they have to give their time. They have to give everything. But if you're going to give your time and everything, you should also be able to pay your bills. So I'm just suggesting that we should also, as a people, since we are saying right now the solution lies in our hands, the people have to do something. That if we don't do anything, these people in government will continue to recycle themselves and give us things and people that we do not want. So for us to change this narrative, let's have people that can do this job, that we are going to intentionally, consciously push out, to begin to push out our own narrative, to begin to push out the message we want among the people, to begin to change the orientation of the people. Kaidechina until 2026, when it is now election time, support group, it will be too late then. Now is the time to begin to work on people. Now is the time to begin to make people to sing a particular song that the governor or the government that is not doing what they are supposed to be doing would not want to hear. Hamas said that the people are against them. It's either they pick up, sit on their toes and begin to do what they should do, or they realize that they're going to find their way out of the system. So that's what I am here to propose, that as much as we are putting this together, when it comes to orientation, Honorable Vin, especially speaking from the angle that you came in from, we need to be conscious about this. We need to have people that we put the same way the government will have people that they pay to be on social media and everywhere else just to push their own narratives. We need to begin to do the same thing if we want the right narratives to be pushed across. If we just sit and talk about them here on Spaces, it will just be within us here on Spaces. It will not go beyond this place. But if we can have people on ground that are on payroll, that is my point, that are on payroll, that will be pushed out to do these things, then fine. I think it will go a long way. That's what I came to submit. Thank you, everyone. I yield.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for your submission. Okay, so let me make it clear because I know a lot of people are listening. I think it's still in the same line with what you submitted. The idea is some people not offer illustrious son, for not offer eminent sons, for not offer diaspora, your village people in diaspora, whatever you want to call them, people that can contribute money to maybe call it, let's say, security fund to help. It's not necessary. This is not something we're supposed to talk about, but eventually we are talking about it because the government is not doing their job. So you are now stepping into more like supplement or augment, right? So that can we security. Because if we are not doing anything, eventually most of us cannot even go back to villages. In fact, a lot of people will still be killed. And you cannot tell me that you will remove the security architecture, completely, or that they are not aware where these things are happening. They have the information, but when you call them most of the time, what you will hear is "Nahenwere go fuel," or they need to be mobilized, or it might go one issue or the other. So what we are saying is that it is now left for every community. It can be done. You people can contribute this money. Maybe we'll expand on this point on Saturday because we'll have time and deliberate on different options that can be applicable, to anybody. based on their own, your own arrangements and the things that are peculiar to you people, right? So let's say, for instance, someone, I think it was someone suggested here something like, oh, a kobuno around that area, when the police be, you can say, okay, based on if the illustrious son or members of the community be in diaspora, Fana will go to this restaurant. All the police officers working in this division. You people can go there. It's just a way of appreciating you people for what you are doing, and we're encouraging you to do more. It can be that. It can be saying, okay, since there are kids school in this community and all of that, Abraham Akpogwa for like 10,000, going to half it. So they'll be paying 5,000 that from the security fund we're using it to support the police. Obukwa nunu choi nyefa, maybe like things that will help them to work, and also cash inducement. It's left for you, but it's not necessarily paying them their salary. But if few people have the money to do that, that's fine. The reason for that, when you do that kind of inducement, it's going to have a positive impact, because Obugo Nafa Mandi name those things in the community, they're going to tell them, nah, it's better you people leave this community, because your brothers in the abroad, and then the IGCA they've actually paid us, and if we get anybody, if anything happens here, we're going to arrest you. We're going to arrest you. So that's why you're seeing there's been cases of Ebeji Jalonde, Ndori and all of that. If then when they're not China law enforcement, not they are part of them, right? But some of the arms are used from security operatives, So if you can now have a way of working with them, right? Having a sense of, this is our community, we want it to be secured. How do we come in? Maybe they will tell you. So that's why maybe on Saturday we can have time to now talk about what we can do on individual capacity, right? Because we have already established on this space, and what I'm with real information. But maybe by Saturday I'll have real information. If vigilante, if they can be armed with AK-47, because for now I know it's only pump action. But we got that concession for them to, carry AK-47. Then we can talk about, so that means you can't really do much within the vigilante. Because how do you challenge someone who put AK-47 with pump action? You're playing. You actually play. You're not serious. You have to go. So not only give AK-47, of which not law enforcement. So what do you do? How do you, make them to really work for the community? Since government is not coming to do anything. So what do you do? Because someone watch Ifuna, they are willing to go and be private security detail for individuals than to guard the city. Because I'm gonna, if Fasolugi Hageli, they will sleep in a better house, possibly self in AC. They are not even sleeping in their own house, right? You get Cholofa Ezuego at the end of the day, regardless of Ego and on a station. So they're actually making money following private individuals than being at the station and trying to guard the whole city. So the issue now is, how do we put up a system that will now be more like a supplement to what is already in place, and get them to be on our side to help secure the communities? We'll delve more into that. You got to go. So, but not just equal for salary. No, we're not talking about the community taking over, their salary and all of that. It's not something we should be talking about, because of government responsibility. But as we are now, ọ bụ na ndị Enugu steeti, ndị Abia steeti tinye na Anambra steeti na ekpere banye na chaplet nke ọbụla unu na-eme, na-etinye na ọbụrụ ya ebuku mas echi, bukuelu na mas, ịghọtago, ikpe ekpere n'abalị ekpere ndị Anambra steeti ekpere, because that's the situation if on here now. So what do we do? So while we are praying, we have to also do something, so that, because prayer without work is just waste of time. It's a waste of time. So we have to, talk about it more. So opening I joined this space just now. Join us on Saturday. We're going to deliberate more on what we need to do. How we can, work with communities. Onye ọbụla na ebe a nọ na WhatsApp group in the village, you people know. Onye ọbụla ma about how you can reach people, ndị ji ego and all of that. How you can reach out to them, in way security fund. You can call it anything. You can call it anything, just to support whatever that is already in place. But at the end of the day, the idea is that we will support what is in place, so that maybe in 6 months or in 3 months, we see how it goes. Then open any need to restructure it. Then while you are having that security fund, you can light up your community. Light up your community, tinye CCTV cameras, now some flash points, they are a SIM card. You can monitor it and where maybe ebe on the vigilante below the monitoring room where everything will be seen. Some of you can even stay abroad and say log in and see it. And a mere now. Things are digo more advanced that you can deploy those kind of technology, to help in the security. Somebody even mentioned obrunu go self nunye go them kerifana we are drones. That's fine. And when did you guys see good every community across our neighbor that can support these things? But the issue is making sure you utilize them. So we'll talk more on that, on Saturday, so that we can, expand on that while we wind down on this series. If I Grandmaster Arnold say okay. If I go ahead, I'm gonna say then to be see, then we can close. If are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
I don't have much to say, but I ga go ntị ife onye ọbụla kwụ gbasara ọtụtụ ihe mebiri na Anambra. And onwe onye ya ye blame than onye isi, because security abụrụ ofe onye ọbụla na-etinye ọnụ. Definitely, the challenge ebido ọkwọ today. If you could remember clearly, tupu emebe election 2021, remember that period ọ dị ka IMA election, unknown gunmen a na-agbagbu ndị that was same period ọ gba anwa ka egbu nwunye di Dora Akunyili. So it was challenging, but at the end of the day ife niile agacha eme election. Ever since then, the state has not been stable. But coupled with that, security anọkwa na something we call the concurrent list, or is strictly on the legislative list, the exclusive list as well. But the governor never much, because from the last audio Madu I listened to, it's not encouraging. It shows that there is total breakdown of security, and we can't exempt the governor. Maybe he's doing his best. The best is not yet coming, and it's just something that will I call it a willful act, or is not decisive to tackle the insecurity. And all these things are whereby maybe people look at how to support the security. If you go back now, you will find out that some of these things are whereby within communities and Anambra, whereby the rich people who comes home, they support the vigilante. Some of them is the likes of GU. I don't want to start mentioning name. They go in for moto, he locks truck. Those for their moto, go in for west. Things like that. P2B was doing it in collaboration with the traditional rulers. But presently, and that draws back to the couple of months campaign MLEBA, Basande IPOP, like watching ML. More than this campaign, more authority on that issue, and asking on the IPOP the problem of insecurity. I said no, because I don't like interfering in something I'm not sure. But thank God everything is coming up. I don't hold brief for them. I'm not in support of them. But thank God everything is coming out clearly that this thing has nothing to do with IPOP or as people tag them, but it's just failure of governance and the executive not willing to take decisive action. How do you explain this thing? That's also within Anambra, and then we're different camps of those criminals. What happens to intelligence? So it's bigger than what individuals can handle. There must be sincerity of purpose from government in curb this thing. If not, some people don't even know self. Some of these people now, especially in Anambra, do you know they pay? Some pay as 100 million, some 200. To these boys, different camps. What really happened the other day? I think on Ihiala or Zobolo, one man na Akwozu, Agwa ya kwụ ụgwọ, he didn't pay. Obolunda Army, they were at the place. In the course of setting up, they came there and killed almost everybody. But people don't see all these things. So before Ikwozu, just like Nkezenkome and Nkemen ihe Mbosi, Ebuka Ononkwo, I don't know. I'm not saying it's true, but it's likely they will sort those people. Because it's becoming a government among a government. And it's crazy. So people are saying we don't have opposition in Anambra. There is, but there are crises. The face of opposition in Anambra with P2B, even though Labour Party had issues,
and PDP is almost in comatose at the state level. So it's just so glaring. And Val still remain the viable candidate, only that when you look at the issues now go on within Labour Party, especially if Abure and Emedi Party, they've not gotten themselves. And I can tell you categorically, most of the people not PDP are willing to work for Val on a low-key level. But it's so sad that Soludo, if things continue this way, he's going to win second term and nothing anybody could do about it. If you are not comfortable, just go to bed. And the cycle continues that way. It continues that way. And the state is not known for this. And I think this should be the last time somebody will professor, all his approach to governance is 80% theory and just 20% practical. How do you succeed? Again, anything you want to do becomes final. Look, all these commissioners, I'm not saying it, anybody that has access to people who are around him is commissioners. Ask well. They are like school errand boy. They don't look like commissioners. It's just unfortunate that we had one of the worst governor since the creation of the state. How dare you tell before you approve project for people, they should bring it to you. It's so crazy. I don't know what to say, but the issue of Anambra is not just politicized. It's lack of political power. And somebody can't say, oh, the governor is not aware. You know what it is to become a governor of a state? Alex Oti made such comments. The killings happening in Abia State is not hype-up, it is political. Then, few months back, and Soludo has not made any single reasonable comment. Rather, he came out. You see, that's why the Bible said the abundance of the heart, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. It says, "What's on Anambra ki ebute mmadụ ebute ego." Other places, if he went with 50,000, ego di na Anambra. So, what is he trying to say? But people don't really cool down to listen. The abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. It's so sad we deal with this menace. A couple of weeks ago, he came to space, he was lying about the insecurity in Anambra. His daughter was there. But I didn't want to speak because I just allow him, and because they were just doing intellectual gymnasium that end up in futility. And people will not want to ask him the salient question because he's a governor. Not knowing that those things are it's temporal. The major thing is the impact you make. But I don't have much to say. I use the mic. Let other people speak.
All right. Thank you so much, if I Ndubisi, uh in there, then Aji Kaji Chikotalai before we close.
Only this weekend.
Ndubisi yes. Ndubisi Ikebodo.
Okay, yes. So, October Kambata. So the person na-ekwu Kambata na-ekwu gbasara maybe funding or how to help na these security issues for communities. So ihe the person kwuru, ana m asọpọtụkwa ife okwu mana enwere area mfilu nọ n'ebe anyị karala ịdị na point gaa aka the area of these PGs. Because Muhammad, most PGs in Anambra State use most of these guys in their villages and communities as their thug. Because they make play quite deadly politics in that community politics, So I'm suggesting, is it not better working with community youths and the vigilantes? I believe anyway, I can wear some nice youth, Dikwa rugged that can take up this issue, mobilize other good guys. They will stand up against this thing that is happening. Onwe a voice note just yesterday can know ya can say the voice note and I say camp one in room and all that. For God's sake, mother yaragwam na some youth n'uru ma amaro those guys camp n'ime ọfịa befa ma ọ bụ nọ n'uru for real ka enwere these camps. Obuno no room or will or wherever came where all these camps. They cannot just tell me that some youth of that community Amaron DB our campus in here. You cannot just from elsewhere, from another place, and come to my place and camp, and you tell me that me and my people will not notice that there's a strange face, there's a stranger in our community, or the impossible. So I'm suggesting maybe let's try to see a way or how we can mobilize the youth, the good ones, the genuine ones, the good ones that can mobilize themselves, then work in hand with the local securities vigilante. Normally, the vigilante are affiliated to the police already. So you go back to police and all that, man. I don't know how that one will work because to me, police and I don't think they have much to do in this case without the locals of these communities, you know without the locals of the communities here, even that now affects. I think now the youth can need the target. But onye mali, as in onye ọbụla to na ala Igbo na-eje obodo ya ọfụma like ikwesịrị ịma ịbịa na obodo unu ikwesịrị ịma one or two persons dey ma that these people are upright, they are hardworking, they do their things na ajọ ife na-ewofe iwe and all that. Is try to get them to bring them close, see how they can assist in mobilizing other people. I don't know if I'm making any sense here. So this thing can just take and ship inquire in. Onye nwezikwa ihe ọzọ ọ ya etinye otinye daalụ.
All right. I have more things to say about what you said, but like I said, we'll leave it, till Saturday. It's going to be an all day. So I'm in Eba. You've been listening to us. We've been here for the past 5 hours. Saturday, 10 a.m. Nigerian time. I don't know the time, okay, but we'll have an extensive conversation on this as we close on the series of Anambra insecurity. And then next week, I get discuss about the Umuazi that are now grown, that we are not trained, quote unquote, locally. From Abunde Nanataze. Now, I mean, they train locally. From Abunde, more interest about our neighbor that are really getting involved in conversations and also coming back to do things. They haven't they train smart. They are all over the world in Abuja, in Lagos. They don't even care. They can't even join a space where you're talking about an Igbo. They don't know anything about an Igbo. And if we are not careful, our own kids will be like them. You can criticize those people. You can say, oh, they are not coming back. But if you're not careful, your own kids don't even know what's going on. Most of us, our kids don't even speak Igbo. They're not already here. They speak English and that's it. So we'll touch on it. I know it's going to be a very sensitive conversation, but we'll have that next week. On Saturday, I will tell us when we'll have that conversation next week. Let's go to Aji and then we can, right now. Aji.
na ekene m unu ekene m onye ọbụla na-ege ntị ka onye chi ya zelu na ihe dị na insecurity na Anambra dị ọ na-agba mmụọ anya mmiri etu o si agba onye ọbụla because as someone that lived in Anambra agụ m na Unizik so eto m na Anambra mee business na Anambra for a long time nwere ebe m amara na Anambra so I still have people on ground nwere community or afiame nwere people one or two mụ na ha na-akpakwa from time to time and those are the people I get feedback from based on ihe na-eme on ground bụrụ ya ndị mmadụ na-akọ na social media particularly ihe mee nji wee gbagotekwanụ bụkwanụ adị m like ebe a na-atụ asị iberibe but you don't have to like me mana one thing about adị m like ebe a na-anye a na-ekpuchi na-eme ọ na-agbaka m ịghọtago Ifeanyị agbagotego ebe a kwuo that na this magono mee PR for ndị IPOB and what not that na bụrụ ha nwa and all
I
that
said I'm not supporting
hold
IPOB.
on
Please,
Ifeanyị
please.
Yeah,
I did not
who is
interrupt you.
who is
Allow
interrupting
me
the space? Because
allow me
don't
speak.
interrupt, please.
Allow me speak. I did not interrupt you, so you're not gonna do that to me. Ịgbagotego ebe a kwuo that na mee PR for ndị IPOB and all that. Mana chezo that na this pocket of camps anyị na-afụsị na be anyị bụzi a trend ọ ya abụ onye tete na oto onwe camp onwe boy started with the moment IPOB launched ESN. That was the genesis of all this madness in Afro. You understand? It metamorphosed into all kinds of insecurity, pockets of insecurity here and there.
You understand? Whether you like, you don't have to like it. You might not like how it sounds, but that is the genesis, and we need to start telling ourselves the truth, whether we like it or not. That now, yes, na cholo kani bodema. Yes, don't want the issue of Biafra say mine doesn't mean that na African Israel kaya na yafa. We need to start telling ourselves the truth. Because if we don't tell ourselves the truth, we'll keep doing this, wild goose chase. I know my pota, I exempt under, I exempt under, I exempt under, I still under. We need to start telling ourselves the truth. You understand? If we really, really, upon I be interested in solving this issue, I need in a one is yoku. Obora ikuo ye na ekosi ikume. We need to start telling ourselves the truth. You understand? This level of insecurity I mean when na Igbo started with the moment upon insecurity adobro. Insecurity day. Man, it has never been this bad. It has never been this bad that people are now having camps. You understand? On your be on where camps, where boys are not on them mad, and where serious network. It started with this whole, agitation and all whatnot. That's the truth. You might not like it, but that is the truth. Every time I put that, we are talking about insecurity, Madi Batana space, oh, it is not IPO. My brother, how did we get to where we are now? How? It did not just drop from the sky. It did not drop from the sky. Something led to something that led to something else that got us to where we are. It is not good to say, oh, but we can confidently, criticize and call Simon Ekpa, whatever, boy on Yori and all that, say that now, yes, all this. But the people that did what led to Simon Ekpa, I never accept. And that's why I don't really like coming on spaces. Meanwhile, if I talk to people on ground, if I tell you there is no as Mafia and Anambra, there is no market in deep villages. I speak to these people from time to time, the locals on ground. I get feedback. You understand? So when I say some things in Meku, you might not like it, but that is the truth. You understand? So yeah, and I go on spaces, and I will try to exempt these people. It is out of wrong. This is 2025. This is 2025. Yes, they might not be the ones, now cause the insecurity as of today. Things happen. You understand? But what this genesis, we need to let us say it the way it is. We need to start telling ourselves the truth. Because I just want to point that out. Then on the issue of insecurity in Anambra, if you Basalo Soludo, for me, onye ọbụla ekwughị ebe a, onye abụọ eze onye agwọ na ama whatnot. And let's be honest, the reason insecurity again on what giant momentum, people are now talking about it, and in the last 2 weeks, you understand, Obu pay attention, makanato somebody the close to Father Ibube Monso. You understand? That is why we actually, all the knock. Then coupled with that voice note, trust me, if those two incidents had not happened, trust me, like somebody said earlier, nobody will be talking about the insecurity in Anambra State. I thought steady. I thought people will move on. There was a tweet I made a few days back. People, like instances, family members, like people, Hamago, they've either contributed in one way or, somehow. Like it is that bad, or the very, very bad. You understand? All this so bad. We've never had it this bad. So the point I'm making, if somebody like Ebube Monso when this insecurity, the whole discussion, some certain level of momentum na media, I know Kumake na social media, I know host space, you understand, based off of just one person speaking up. Imagine what other people can imagine what will happen if other people at that level can actually speak up. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. So for me, I believe we need to, in as much as we're looking at finding ways to maloka ndị nọ na ground and ndị nọ na village, we also need to get this whole our vocal leaders involved. You understand? We need to get them involved. You understand? Those we all know those are the only people Soludo Nweke Gente. At least again in the elite. You understand? If you have more people like Ebube Monso, you understand, they don't have to be religious leaders, but leaders at all levels. You understand? If you can get them involved, you go up I pressurize if in my own opinion, no, Akwanda Akasolu against Uno. So now all these people, this class of people, go against it. If these people can speak up, go to news stations, go to radio, they can at least go to stand bite here and there. Kafane, you understand? I mess Ludo, shake you, shake you, or shake you. You understand? Because as a kid, man guy and we all know you won't. You understand? But if these people begin to speak up here and there, I will go to little by little. You understand? I'm like also okay, go pretend they can know that some of these guys. You understand? That is something I wanted to point out. Dalo no, Dalo.
All right, Aji, thank you so much for that contribution. And buttressing the point I said earlier, the letter. I think okay. I think it was okay that suggested that, or I don't know who suggested that writing a petition. No, I think it was Vane.
No, someone else, the guy that
Right?
spoke before Vin suggested it,
Yeah, it should
and
be.
then I
I think it
amplified
was
it.
Vane.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, I think it was Vane at that point. So letter is very easy, or either it's very easy to write, but on what heading and coming from whom to who, because open under I say no Anambra youth or Igbo youth. I can tell you categorically. Uh, some people need to tell you the experience with Soludo for you to understand the kind of person we are dealing with. I banya one chance, the one chance. If we may not, within the one chance, if you can help busy at level, just catching a kematofa canoe, can they are ibuge. That is what you be praying. Onya, chukumetunda akano be kafa kwụsị gị onye akwapụ gị nnọọ ka ị survive and not just na lose n'ụlọ ka ị dị ndụ. That's one chance I know in Anambra State, unfortunately. And then Aji, like you rightly said, I think I saw a flyer from Valentine Ozibo's on Ghana Arise tonight, 8 p.m. I think he's going to discuss that. But I've opined that Valentine is not pushing as hard as he should. Or they push, that much. So I'm whether more the serious really to be a strong contender, or not maybe just talking from private individuals, perspective or anything like that. Man, I don't sure now. He really wants to, to vie for that position in the coming election.
Nwachimele all the serious. I
All
know
the
him in
serious.
person. He's
Okay.
serious. But the problem, Agwagongi, the party issue is an issue. They are still considering a lot of things.
Okay.
So that is
Okay.
just the
Well,
truth.
Obuna party bugodu a problem. A party is more like a vehicle, but you that is the individual. You keep pushing. After all, I keep referring. Unfortunately, I will just use that as an example. Peter Obi started pushing from PDP, right? And then when he decamped from PDP and moved to LP, everybody moved with him. In fact, that was even what gave LP the credibility and made a lot of people that were not supposed to even win election to win election in the first place. It was because of him that we have a lot of na federal house and state house everywhere. He wouldn't have been there. Those people wouldn't have been there in the first place. Even when Anambra State House of Assembly, and when you hear them speaking, that's when I see the same thing with federal house, man. They're not trying to see what are they doing now. They're even worse than the APC, my PDP self combined. You got to go. So, but that's the power of effect of somebody. That cloud. Valentine, open na if I know. Ma ọ bụ na nwere ndị PA nya ma ọ bụ SA ime unu na-azaka SA and SSA unu na-azaka those okoko
Ese
afa.
bụ agbụrụ title na otu Obiara si wee nye ndị bụ
So ọ bụrụ unu bụ SA na unu bụ SSA to him, tell him that we need ọ bụ na ọ chọ na ọ dị serious, let him amplify everything. Ọ bụkwa na enwere onye ọzọ, I was thinking that Obaze will be part of the game, and then ana m anụ na enwere some permutations with Kadafa, this guy, nke onye Obosi, Ike Obosi, what's his name?
Chidoka is
Former
not coming out. He's not coming out
Jidoka.
now.
No, the permutation
That's
buna
why he
after,
support Soludo.
yes, that he wants to swing to Apga so that after Soludo, then he will come out. Well, we are here. We'll all be alive, I believe, to witness the whole thing, how it will play out. Because I was thinking actually that he will come out under PDP in this election. Because I was thinking he's going to be a very strong contender. But I know about going to keep that no. he wants to step aside and wait. Kasuludo got second term, then Nyangwa Borussia, the next person that will come out under Abga. I don't know how that is going to play out, but we'll watch all these things and we'll keep on following and keep on having those conversations. So ladies and gentlemen, we're actually coming to an end of this conversation, and I want to thank everybody and they join life from start to finish. They contribute, they're not against us. I'm from one idiot. Well, on your iPod, I'm from the comments there, but I don't engage them anymore. This year is my year of blocking. It caught out what I don't like, I block you. I don't like to engage. I don't block people before, but this year I will just block you, so that you can only be seeing what I'm commenting or what I'm posting, but you can't engage. So what I'm time. I saw it. I'm not interested. Fanchering Sunandi Tiyala by not today, right? And so on Saturday, we're going to discuss extensively. I encourage you to join us on time. We'll start 10 a.m. Nigerian time. That should be 3 a.m. Central time. Then Eastern time, it probably be your own 4 a.m. whatever time just 10 a.m. Nigerian time. We're going to wind down on this series on Anambra insecurity. We're going to discuss a lot of things, ranging from discuss more deliberately and possibly how to amplify everything we're going to do with this information. Of course, we'll continue to talk about it. Then on next week, I think next week, Wednesday or Thursday, we'll talk about issues with Irmago, Ndi Igbo, that we are born probably in an Igbo, but the way they were trained, because we have a lot of smart children, they were not involved in anything. From there they left and they never really get involved in anything Basala and Igbo. They're not even interested, don't want to discuss anything. They believe that wherever you live, that is where you settle. Ebonyi Bikona Wachi, they are not interested at all. A lot of people are excited when I made that tweet 2 days ago. But if you're not careful, your own kids will be like that. Because a lot of you now, your own kids are mad at Befasi. They're not even involved in any conversation. Yourself. So if you're not careful, what you are criticizing will happen in your own home. And of course, during the course of the coming months, we'll talk about Imago Njepo. And obviously the fact that if you're not bringing your family home, don't even invest anything in Nigeria. Do not even, if you're not thinking of bringing them back home at some point, forget about it because they are not coming back. In fact, they are going to turn Akata, unfortunately. We're going to have those serious, sentimental and emotional conversation in the coming months. The next month is going to be more purely about Enugu State. We're going to X-ray, everything going on there. Obana Neme Whitewash, we'll see it. Those projects, we'll look at it, with pictures and videos and, government documents. Maluma, I just now send them Madisi, in the name of good governance, because Imana, and then when a lot of people that most of those things are not necessarily as good as they appear online. But we'll talk about it. So like a government, Malakwana, we know that they are there, So that's how we go. Afam, Aji, Odikongo, feature Lipu.
Yeah, I wanted to. I had a message for before I forget. I think I lost for commissioner for information. Now, commissioner, I'm nina against and Sydney. I'm nina against. No, no, chair one Anambra oku. Una abata na space ndị Anambra na-host ma chief ma kunye ma all these Igbo platforms na-host yotago ọ bụrụ unu chi gwa ndị Anambra okwu unu eje kunukọ ya na de kunukọ na onwezikwa onye bụ ụmụazị yotago onwezikwa onye bụ ụmụazị Sydney ama m na ị na-ege ị na ebe a ịpụọ ịbata na-agbari ka oke latara nnu unu chi gwa ndị Anambra okwu bata na platform ndị Anambra unu agwa anyị okwu anyị na unu akalia yotago unu ya akpasịna agwa ka ndị agbado ọdụrọ mma. This is 2025. bikonu ana m ayị unu na-akpasịna ọdị agwa ọ dị embarrassing unu chi ime ife unu eje kpata somebody from Lagos that has no connection ọbọdụ onye Igbo, he has no connection with Anambra whatsoever. Because you are dodging hard questions. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Yotago, bikonu, kpatara ya bụ 2025, bikonu, ama m n'ụzọ ya bikonu, ana m ayọ unu. Yotago, patanu, there are all kinds of Igbo spaces there nearby. Chief near, Kunye Media near, other platforms near, you understand? All Igbo platforms, you understand? So when you're on them, Odroma, Dalo.
All right, Aji, thank you so much. I actually had now that in the host to the space about Ndibo self. No, about Ndibo.
But
That is
wait,
that.
but that's exactly the point I'm trying to. I try me just if I go jebe that direction. I'm your talo. You
Yeah.
understand? Abroad on you, abroad in like no connection whatsoever. You tell
Eh,
me and have schedule
it's agenda.
another one for tomorrow, and they've
Yeah,
been tagging all
it's
kinds of
it's
people. I'm
agenda.
wondering,
You know, the
it's madness. Eh?
yeah,
2025. Go na board yeah. Now I'm embarrassed on you guys' behalf.
yeah. It's agenda. You know, so that they can push the narrative that they want to do something from the Anambra. But then we are here. I invited you. You came. You had the network connection. So you go can go drop on there, come back. But there a message na DM. Or some nyana fabia for nyana fabia. I went to get in a space for 4 hours. He didn't come back because on got the questions and on Nigeria, of which he doesn't want to hear that. Actually, just to sell to us. Udogachi, be Operation Udogachi or whatever. Well, yeah. And then how they want to install CCTV and they have a monitoring room that is classified. I can donate that. You know, I'm more you work on a web corner on atom. You know how installing CCTV and having a monitoring room suppose something they you can tell ndị obodo. Okay, this is what government is doing. You know, claiming that they already have a tracking system in Anambra State. But then from victims and people might find it. What any tracking system in Anambra State? Only for you have to call Enugu to track an issue in Anambra State. Is that not a shameful thing? But then, of course, agenda must agenda. They have to, push those, narrative. Go where they come, well, if I name. I'm not anything I name. So why are you still saying we are going to, instead of telling us now? So, Sydney, I know you are here. Either you are listening anonymously, and then the SSA and the Abura, all these e-talks. You people are listening to this space. Tell Professor Law, Mefo, Masoludo, we are disappointed at them. They are the highly educated. They are the too cerebral for them to be messing with Anambra State like this. Otherwise, you can only, mention, oh, Anambra State in well, what is even that statement? Where billionaires per square kilometer. Marakavasi when quote, Maramanya had that figure. Now Anambra State in well, kidnapping value, but then you can't protect those people not there. It does not make any sense. So, Ndebai, I think we have come to the end of this space. So, I want to sincerely appreciate everybody joining. Tell every other person you know. I'm going to schedule the space either today or tomorrow so that everybody can see it and you can share it on your timeline, now your WhatsApp status, so that other people can join. I saw a lot of people that joined from my own WhatsApp status. They downloaded X for the first time because I post these things on my status, on my WhatsApp status. So share it so that people can join us, contribute to the conversations and spread the gospel. Opening with a means of connecting it to your TikTok or your Facebook or whatever. Do that, and over time, I think before this month runs out, we'll be able to share this, on YouTube as well, so that we can, stream it there, and of course, na TikToks because it seems we have a totally different mentality of Ndibo na TikTok. Like nda na couple a couple na kono na corner. I was thinking na Facebook would be different until I enter TikTok. And then when you enter those their live sections and whatever, if you are listening to Ifana Kode, oh my God, Imana, we have a lot of work to do. The younger generation, they totally dissociated themselves from anything and everything. Ifana Kabasarafa. Milianachi mad. So we'll keep doing our best. We are not doing enough. So if you are here and continue joining us in preaching this gospel, or if I know you, we can't speak enough about these things. And the more we talk about them, they know that we are talking about them. It's getting traction, whether you want it or not. They know other people are capitalizing on it, to talk about it too. Or because we started talking about it now, Valentine now is going to go talk about it. Because yeah, they've seen across media how we are pushing this thing. Everybody's concerned. So keep on pushing this thing. Odro is that in fact it's underreported. Insecurity in Anambra State is underreported. I can guarantee you the underreported. A lot of them don't make the news because Ndio Metota don't even want to share it because if you share it, then no go problem. Even though you are finished paying and will if you talk about it, will come back. So how can people live in perpetual fear and government is there? What do you want them to do? What are we going to do? So we'll talk more as we finalize this thing next week because then I request Mike, we can't really accept now. I had to go here for almost 5 hours. Come on, wake so you can then go to work. So on that note,